Check. Two. Hey.
And then you give them the mic.
Hey. Check.
Oh, is that okay, or should I get someone else to give them the mic? Okay. I'll give it to them.
Hey. Hey. Check. Hey. 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 So please assign someone to do that. I quickly want to get the extension you need.
Okay.
So just assign someone to do it so I can go and get the extension. But the mic is there, sir.
All right, everyone. So, does anyone want to share their answers of everyone? Who wants to share what their goals, dreams, and aspirations are? Who wants to volunteer to answer? So, I'm going to picture some.
Hello, everybody. My name is Chisom Oyinankea. I am a back-end developer, and my goal is basically to use my skill to make education more affordable and accessible to children in Africa because there is a whole lot of gap in the education system in Nigeria. So I hope to use technology to uh, kind of like bridge that gap in Africa and give African kids access to quality and affordable education. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Love that. That's very, very timely too, because we're going to discuss something that we're doing. The task today is actually related to the social development goals, the UN social development goals. So that's very much on track. Anyone else? Or I'll give you the mic. Who wants to talk about their dreams and aspirations? You never know how we can help, so I'd advise you volunteer. Who?
Yeah. So my name is Spaceman, and I'm an artist. And well, what I intend to do is to use Web3, right, to develop a platform that supports artists, right, that supports promotion of their art, promotion of music as well, and also educates people who want to get into the art space, right? Give them the necessary skills that they need to create art and actually thrive within that space, and also provide the community for them to connect and then collaborate also. So pretty much that's what I'm about.
Thank you. Really appreciate that. Anyone else? One more person? Thanks.
Hello. Good morning, everyone. I'm Igbailomai or David, and basically, I'm a software developer and also a STEM educator. So, just like this young man said, my own goal is to create an inclusivity scenario because I believe there's a gap whereby most times um, those that are less privileged in terms of maybe having an impairment, maybe visual impairment, hearing impaired, they are being left out in this whole aspect of technology, maybe because there is a gap. So I feel with knowledge, with softwares, there can be that inclusivity. Everyone can actually have equal access to technology, to building stuff, and the world can be a better place. So basically, that's my thank you.
Thank you. Wow. So I really love how all of those really like shared shows your genuine care and impact for the world. This is very much on track with what we're doing today. So we're going to start off with a video by the sponsor. It's called Blockchain for Good. They're doing some really interesting things. There's multiple ways for you all to get involved, starting from today. But beyond today, we're going to have a lot of opportunities, including grants, more learn and earn, mentorship, incubators. So we'll start off with the video, and you'll learn more about them. Then we'll start with the hackathon task. So we'll just wait for the sound guy to increase the volume. So just give us a few minutes. In the meanwhile, because it's going to be quite relevant to your task, if you can please, I'm not sure, put your hands up if you know what the UN's social development goals are. UN social development goals. So the United Nations has 17 what they call social development goals. It's essentially goals to make the world a better place. So what I want you to quickly do right now is if you go, just type in UN social development goals or UN SDGs. So Google that and then tell me which one of those resonates with you the most. And this is quite important for what we're doing today. So UN social development goals, you see like a big image with 17 goals. For example, my favorite one is number 3, which is good health and well-being, and very much driven by that. So just use 2 minutes to search that, and then we'll go on with the video.
Hey, what's up guys? My name is Glenn. Welcome to this presentation. Wish I could be there with you guys in person, but for now this will have to do. So this is...
So yeah, just 2 minutes to search for yourself, and then we'll press play for the video. Okay, so just 30 more seconds. So UN SDGs, you can go to images, you'll see there's 17 goals, and have in mind which one of those resonates with you most, because you're going to need it for the hackathon challenge today. All right, so we're going to play the video now, so pay close attention. This is from, this is from the sponsor, and it's going to reiterate the hackathon challenge and ways you can get involved with them beyond this day. So we're going to actually be sending some more information to you after today. So I really want you to pay attention, because this is a long-term thing. It's not just today and that's it. There's a lot of opportunities of Blockchain for Good. As I said, grants, incubators, mentorship. They even do this event, like an Oscar-style event. The last one was in Bangkok in Thailand. So you never know where you could go with such opportunities. Okay.
Hey, what's up guys? My name is Glenn. Welcome to this presentation. Wish I could be there with you guys in person, but for now this will have to do. So this is a quick presentation on the Blockchain for Good Alliance, particularly on the hackathon side of things. And I thought that I'll, of course, start with some introductions, high-level introductions of myself as well as the PGA. So just a quick overview of me. My name is Glenn, like I mentioned. I am a partner at the Blockchain for Good Alliance. I'm also the PIC for the hackathon side of things, as well as the events and marketing lead. Outside of Web3, I'm also a co-founder of an RWA tokenization startup where I focus on alternative assets as well as financial diversity. And of course, I am a graduate from the National University of Singapore with a master's in project management. So just a very high-level overview of me, so at least you guys know who this guy is and giving you this presentation. So of course, more importantly, diving into what the PGA is. We launched in April 2024. As of the time of this recording, this is October 2024, so we're about half a year old. We are a non-profit organization founded by the founders of Bybit, and here we are dedicated to supporting initiatives that really push blockchain technology to drive positive and sustainable change around the world. So our main goal is to really position blockchain as a tool with the capabilities to address some of the most pressing global challenges, and we are guided by and aligned with the 17 SDGs of the United Nations, also known as the 17 Sustainable Development Goals. So the 17 SDGs, I'm not going to dive into them in very high detail, but as you can see, things such as no poverty, zero hunger, gender equality, clean water, sanitation, life on land, these are very ESG-based goals, and of course, things that will help develop our world into a better place for everyone. So of course, our view at the BGA, we realize that the blockchain industry, and I'm sure many of you do as well, and of course blockchain by extension crypto, is often seen as a forefront of financial innovation, something that has a lot of benefits for the finance sector. But the use cases of blockchain technology are not really maximized outside of just fintechs and payments. And we all know that they do hold the potential as a technology to drive greater impact for social and public good. Really wanting to dive a little bit deeper into this, there are also malevolent users of blockchain and crypto and Web3. So, rug pulls and scams and the like really give our industry a very bad name. So here we are as well to really solve that problem by really proving to the world that blockchain is a technology that can be a very huge force in driving social and public good. So the BGA has 4 main pillars, and our efforts are mainly divided into these 4 aspects. First of all, global hackathons and a demo day. So we really encourage hackathon organizers to, add a BGA track to or the ongoing hackathons or planned hackathons. And the BGA actually provides resources for support. So all the winning projects from these various hackathons will actually be invited to compete in our ultimate BGA hackathon that occurs at the end of every year. So we do have an incubation program as well, where we have 3 various tracks: light, moderate, and intensive. So this gives varying levels of support to eligible projects. We cover things such as marketing support, branding, community development. We also do resource matching and grants, as well as other investment support. Of course, on a more general level, we have the Web3 Fund, where we establish joint funds with various ecosystems and partners to support the development of their public goods projects. Last but not least, an annual conference, a BGA Gala, that's held every end of the year. It is an Oscar-themed event. We call it the Web3 Oscar. It showcases and really recognizes the best contributors and their achievements of the year that use blockchain to solve real-world problems and, of course, further spread our values at the BGA. So like I mentioned, we launched about in April 2024, about half a year old right now as of the time of this presentation, but our current reach is already relatively quite global, and we're continuously expanding every day. So we work with various institutions from university blockchain associations, public chains, representative organizations, media outlets, incubators, ventures, you name it. We are partnering with them to really push our vision forward, and we're spread, of course, in various continents around the world. So really going a bit more detail into the BGA's hackathon itself. So most of you already know what hackathon is, but just for those of you that perhaps may not, hackathon is essentially an event where individuals, teams collaborate intensively over a predefined period of time to really push out a prototype by the end of the hackathon that can really be used to solve specific challenges that they identified. So of course, for us at the BGA, we have a BGA hackathon track where we focus on solving social issues that are aligned with the United Nations Sustainable Development Goals. And last but not least, of course, our focus is really on utilizing blockchain technology to create real-world impact. So just a quick snippet of the things that we've already done. We do have in-person events as well as virtual events. So we do fly our team down to various sites and hackathons around the world. And of course, if we're not able to be there, we do have virtual connections, just like what I'm doing with you guys at this point in time. So, while we are guided by the 17 principles of the United Nations, we do have 5 main key tracks under the BGA track that we look out for. Of course, security and transparency, sustainable development, global education development, the reduction of inequality, as well as life and health. Each of them, of course, with their various goals that you can actually pause and take a quick look, so I don't need to dive into every single one. And of course, with these 5 main kind of tracks that we look out for, here are some examples as well. Number 1, IBM Food Trust. It is a blockchain network that really enhances the transparency and traceability in the food supply chain. So, of course, users are able to really share data very securely from farm to table, and ultimately this actually improves food safety as well as reduces food waste. And of course, jumping to another industry in the healthcare sector, the medical chain platform essentially uses blockchain technology to securely store and share electronic health records, ensuring patient data privacy while allowing seamless access to healthcare providers. So, of course, these are just some examples of the good that blockchain can use and the things that we do look out for, not necessarily in this particular industries, because we are industry agnostic as well. As long as the purpose of using blockchain for good is met, we will do our ultimate best to support such initiatives. So, on the hackathon scoring side of things as well, just to dive a little bit more, not going to go into detail every single one in detail on how we judge them in our committee, but of course we look out for social impact, technical implementation, innovation, teamwork and project presentation, sustainability and scalability, as well as user experience. When we think about it, all in all, when we score these projects, it's not just for the hackathon itself. We also want to do them for, giving the relevant feedback to various teams, really identifying which projects have the best potential to really push the whole BGA ethos and principles forward, and of course how we can help the notable and eligible projects scale and of course meet their goals of sustainability. Ultimately, this is something that we're all working very hard towards as well. So, which really brings me to my next point on post-hackathon opportunities. Now, I have a teammate who is in charge of the incubation side of things, because I'm in charge of the hackathon side of things. So, but I thought that it would be actually a very synergistic kind of flow to really dive onto what projects can actually look out for and look forward to post-hackathon. So we do have an incubation program, like I mentioned earlier, as one of our 4 pillars. And of course, this is our project selection process. This is a very high-level overview, of course, of the selection process, but it's quite rigorous. It is very rigorous, I should say. And we have a scoring metric that ultimately determines if a project is suitable for our incubation program, and if they are suitable, what kind of incubation support do we give, be it light incubation, moderate incubation, or an intensive one. So there are various stages involved in the project selection process. And of course, the light, moderate, and intensive incubation each has its own various benefits. And of course, the moderate and intensive incubation are the ones that actually give an equity-free grant from 10K to 50K, along with other resource matching where possible and where deemed, on a case-by-case basis. But even for the light incubation, we're allowed to, we allow our projects that are under our incubation program to really get better marketing exposure and community support as well. So ultimately, being in the BGA's incubation program can really give a project that much more publicity and a push to help meet the project's goals of reaching sustainability and, of course, social good development. So, of course, we have multiple projects that apply through the incubation projects. As of the time of this, we have about 19 light support projects, 2 moderate, as well as 1 intensive support project. So every year, we will only bring in 1 for intensive support projects, and it is always something we're on the lookout for some of the best projects across all the hackathons and across our applications throughout the year. So we do have projects that have come in from a very wide range of fields, right? Agriculture, water resources, art, Muslim religion, traditional supply chains, a lot of topics. Like I mentioned, we are, of course, industry agnostic, but we do push the use of blockchain for good. So, of course, we do have multiple partners already. Our partnerships are growing by the day. We work with many notable institutions, many notable projects and blockchains around. And this whole alliance, the Blockchain for Good Alliance, is really here to push the whole use of blockchain for good. So, together we can really pioneer blockchain solutions that can drive a real-world impact. So there are multiple ways to contribute to our alliance. Of course, for the hackathon side of things, like I mentioned, we are also always on the lookout for partners that will help us with the running our hackathons, providing a cash or token sponsorship as a prize pool, mentors, causes, as well as a live event venue for in-person hackathons. We also look for outreach support, where we work with our various partners to, push our social media forward, media publications forward, as well as activate various communities. Last but not least, we are of course funding side of things, where we contribute to our joint fund, and this will further our BGA's own initiatives. So we really do work with a variety of people, universities, industries, governments, and such. And we do have multiple pools involved, from talent pools and prize pools and venue pools and marketing pools. So we cover a very wide spectrum of things in order to push the entire BGA ethos forward. So ultimately, just an extension to you guys, of course, to always support us and join us on our mission to ultimately push blockchain for good. So the various QR codes here were for you to learn more about the BGA, to follow our X Chain for Good. And if you want to, privately contact me, have a little chat on the BGA, and you can feel free to directly ping me on my Telegram, the QR.
Just so you can follow them on Twitter now, you can scan the middle one now. So as you can hear, there's a lot of opportunity to get involved, so it's really nice to be engaged from today. And what I would encourage everyone to do right now, even once you scan this, you might want to just take a picture and show that you're here. And when you'll know that, we'll teach you about these things too, but you'll know that when you start doing like grant applications, or when you start doing these like more opportunities like this, you'll realize that it's something called proof of work. By showing what you've done or where you've been is what's going to get you sort of that recognition. So I would recommend you follow their Twitter, it's called Chain for Good, and then maybe take a picture of you here, especially as you're working on your projects. You can even take a picture of the screen. We'll play it soon again. And then, yeah, all of these things are really important, and I'm going to teach you lots of tips today on how to get really involved in the ecosystem and to sort of grow as a developer, and some really important personal development tips. So, by the way, just a show of hands, was that quite clear, or does anyone want me to play it again? Was it clear? Okay, does anyone want me to play it again, or you're fine? Okay, I'm going to play it again, so it's only 10 minutes, so if you just missed anything, it's fine. But remember what I said, what you can do as it's playing, you could take pictures, maybe a selfie of yourself, and then post on Twitter, Chain for Good. You can @Chain for Good and Dr. Adaku, and we'll repost it. And all these things, you'll notice that when you're doing like grant applications, or when you're trying to apply for their opportunities, they'll love to see, okay, wow, they were part of this workshop, they did this already, and that's, you saw all the opportunities that was there, some of the equity-free grants, up to $50,000, and anyone that's been in this space for a while knows that I can teach you more about this today, but there's so many opportunities to actually get these grants. Casey will tell you more too, because he's been really successful. He's Nigerian, and he's flown just recently was in Bangkok and won lots of hackathons, been able to do a lot, and he's like proper inspiration. So I'll play it one more time. Anything you missed, make note, because we're going to get started with the actual hackathon very soon.
QR code is there as well.
Just let this one
So
finish.
thank you very much once again for this period of time. It's a very quick and high-level overview of what the BGA is. And you know what? All the best for the upcoming hackathons, all the best in everything you do. And you know what? Keep pushing blockchain for good.
If you feel like you
Hey, what's up, guys?
understand
My
it,
name is...
if you feel like you understand it, you can still start thinking whilst it's playing again. But yeah, I would really encourage you, take pictures, you engage, you listen again in case you miss anything. And then Casey's going to talk and inspire you all and teach you a workshop.
Glenn, welcome to this presentation. Wish I could be there with you guys in person, but for now, this will have to do. So this is a quick presentation on the Blockchain for Good Alliance, particularly on the hackathon side of things. And I thought that I'll, of course, start with some introductions, high-level introductions of myself as well as the PGA. So just a quick overview of me. My name is Glenn, like I mentioned. I am a partner at the Blockchain for Good Alliance. I'm also the PIC for the hackathon side of things, as well as the events and marketing lead. Outside of Web3, I'm also a co-founder of an RWA tokenization startup where I focus on alternative assets as well as financial diversity. And of course, I am a graduate from the National University of Singapore with a master's in project management. So just a very high-level overview of me, so at least you guys know who this guy is and giving you this presentation. So of course, more importantly, diving into what the BGA is. We launched in April 2024. As of the time of this recording, this is October 2024, so we're about half a year old. We are a non-profit organization founded by the founders of Bybit, and here we are dedicated to supporting initiatives that really push blockchain technology to drive positive and sustainable change around the world. So our main goal is to really position blockchain as a tool with the capabilities to address some of the most pressing global challenges, and we are guided by and aligned with the 17 SDGs of the United Nations, also known as the 17 Sustainable Development Goals. So the 17 SDGs, I'm not going to dive into them in very high detail, but as you can see, things such as no poverty, zero hunger, gender equality, clean water, sanitation, life on land, these are very ESG based goals, and of course, things that will help develop our world into a better place for everyone. So, of course, our view at the BGA, we realize that the blockchain industry, and I'm sure many of you do as well, and of course, blockchain by extension, crypto, is often seen as a forefront of financial innovation, something that has a lot of benefits for the finance sector. But the use cases of blockchain technology are not really maximized outside of just fintechs and payments. And we all know that they do hold the potential as a technology to drive greater impact for social and public good. Really wanting to dive a little bit deeper into this, where there are also malevolent users of blockchain and crypto and Web3. So, rug pulls and scams and the like really give our industry a very bad name. So here we are as well to really solve that problem by really proving to the world that blockchain is a technology that can be a very huge force in driving social and public good. So the BGA has four main pillars, and our efforts are mainly divided into these four aspects. First of all, global hackathons and a demo day. So we really encourage hackathon organizers to add a BGA track to or the ongoing hackathons or planned hackathons, and the BGA actually provides resources for support. So all the winning projects from these various hackathons will actually be invited to compete in our ultimate BGA hackathon that occurs at the end of every year. So we do have an incubation program as well, where we have three various tracks: light, moderate, and intensive. So this gives a varying levels of support to eligible projects. We cover things such as marketing support, branding, community development. We also do resource matching and grants, as well as other investment support. Of course, on a more general level, we have the Web3 Fund, where we establish joint funds with various ecosystems and partners to support the development of their public goods projects. Last but not least, an annual conference, a BGA Gala, that's held every end of the year. It is an Oscar-themed event. We call it the Web3 Oscar. It showcases, really recognizes the best contributors and their achievements of the year that use blockchain to solve real-world problems and, of course, further spread our values at the BGA. So like I mentioned, we launched about in April 2024, about half a year old right now as of the time of this presentation, but our current reach is already relatively quite global, and we're continuously expanding every day. So we work with various institutions, from university blockchain associations, public chains, representative organizations, media outlets, incubators, ventures, you name it. We are partnering with them to really push our vision forward, and we're spread, of course, in various continents around the world. So really going a bit more detail into the BGA's hackathon itself. So most of you already know what a hackathon is, but just for those of you that perhaps may not, hackathon is essentially an event where individuals, teams collaborate intensively over a predefined period of time to really push out a prototype by the end of the hackathon that can really be used to solve specific challenges that they identified. So of course, for us at the BGA, we have a BGA hackathon track where we focus on solving social issues that are aligned with the United Nations Sustainable Development Goals. And last but not least, of course, our focus is really on utilizing blockchain technology to create real-world impact. So just a quick snippet of the things that we've already done. We do have in-person events as well as virtual events. So we do fly our team down to various sites and hackathons around the world. And of course, if we're not able to be there, we do have virtual connections, just like what I'm doing with you guys at this point in time. So, while we are guided by the 17 principles of the United Nations, we do have 5 main key tracks under the BGA track that we look out for. Of course, security and transparency, sustainable development, global education development, the reduction of inequality, as well as life and health. Each of them, of course, with their various goals that you can actually pause and take a quick look, so I don't need to dive into every single one. And of course, with these 5 main kind of tracks that we look out for, here are some examples as well. Number 1, IBM Food Trust. It is a blockchain network that really enhances the transparency and traceability in the food supply chain. So, of course, users are able to really share data very securely from farm to table, and ultimately this actually improves food safety as well as reduces food waste. And of course, jumping to another industry in the healthcare sector, the medical chain platform essentially uses blockchain technology to securely store and share electronic health records, ensuring patient data privacy while allowing seamless access to healthcare providers. So of course, these are just some examples of the good that blockchain can use and the things that we do look out for, not necessarily in this particular industries, because we are industry agnostic as well, as long as the purpose of using blockchain for good is met, we will do our ultimate best to support such initiatives. So on the hackathon scoring side of things as well, just to dive a little bit more, not going to go into detail every single one in detail on how we judge them in our committee, but of course we look out for social impact, technical implementation, innovation, teamwork and project presentation, sustainability and scalability, as well as user experience. When we think about it, all in all, when we score these projects, it's not just for the hackathon itself. We also want to do them for, giving the relevant feedback to various teams, really identifying which projects have the best potential to really push the whole BGA ethos and principles forward, and of course how we can help the notable and eligible projects scale and of course meet their goals of sustainability. Ultimately, this is something that we're all working very hard towards as well. So which really brings me to my next point on post-hackathon opportunities. Now I have a teammate who is in charge of the incubation side of things because I'm in charge of the hackathon side of things. So, but I thought that it would be actually a very synergistic kind of flow to really dive onto what projects can actually look out for and look forward to post-hackathon. So we do have an incubation program, like I mentioned earlier, as one of our 4 pillars. And of course, this is our project selection process. This is a very high-level overview, of course, of the selection process, but it's quite rigorous. It is very rigorous, I should say. And we have a scoring metric that ultimately determines if a project is suitable for our incubation program, and if they are suitable, what kind of incubation support do we give, be it a light incubation, moderate incubation, or an intensive one. So there are various stages involved in this project selection process. And of course, the light, moderate, and intensive incubation each has its own various benefits. And of course, the moderate and intensive incubation are the ones that actually give an equity-free grant from 10K to 50K, along with other resource matching where possible and where deemed, on a case-by-case basis. But even for the light incubation, we're allowed to, we allow our projects that are under our incubation program to really get better marketing exposure and community support as well. So ultimately, being in the BGA's incubation program can really give a project that much more publicity and a push to help meet the project's goals of reaching sustainability and, of course, social good development. So of course, we have multiple projects that apply to the incubation projects. As of the time of this, we have about 19 light support projects, 2 moderate, as well as 1 intensive support project. So every year we will only bring in 1 for intensive support projects, and it is always something we're on the lookout for some of the best projects across all the hackathons and across our applications throughout the year. So we do have projects that have come in from a very wide range of fields, right? Agriculture, water resources, art, Muslim religion, traditional supply chains, a lot of topics. Like I mentioned, we are, of course, industry agnostic, but we do push the use of blockchain for good. So of course, we do have multiple partners already. Our partnerships are growing by the day. We work with many notable institutions, many notable projects and blockchains around. And this whole alliance, the Blockchain for Good Alliance, is really here to push the whole use of blockchain for good. So, together we can really pioneer blockchain solutions that can drive a real world impact. So there are multiple ways to contribute to Alliance. Of course, for the hackathon side of things, like I mentioned, we are also always on the lookout for partners that will help us with running our hackathons, providing a cash or token sponsorship as a prize pool, as well as causes, as well as a live event venue for in-person hackathons. We also look for outreach support, where we work with our various partners to push our social media forward, media publications forward, as well as activate various communities. Last but not least, we are of course funding side of things, where we contribute to our joint fund, and this will further our BGA's own initiatives. So we really do work with a variety of people, universities, industries, governments, and such. And we do have multiple pools involved, from talent pools and prize pools and venue pools and marketing pools. So we cover a very wide spectrum of things in order to push the entire BGA ethos forward. So ultimately, just an extension to you guys, of course, to always support us and join us on our mission to ultimately push blockchain for good. So the various QR codes here were for you to learn more about the BGA, to follow our X Chain for Good. And if you want to, privately contact me, have a little chat on the BGA, and you can feel free to directly ping me on my Telegram. The QR code is there as well. So thank you very much once again for this period of time. It's a very quick and high-level overview of what the BGA is. And you know what? All the best for the upcoming hackathons. All the best in everything you do.
Okay, thank you so much for listening to that. Next, we have a presentation by Casey, who will tell you all about his experience and hopefully be quite inspirational. And then he's going to do a workshop today too. So hope you enjoy. Introducing Casey to the stage. Yes, let's clap for Casey.
Thank you. So, sorry. Yeah, so BM everyone. I think before I start, I just want to show you.
Everyone, Casey's his presentation now, so pay attention. Thank you.
Thank you. So I just want to show you a little about the trip I had at Thailand. Yeah, and how I met Doctor. Yeah, so for me, it was through hackathons. I think this year I've probably won maybe 8 or 9 hackathons. I've won Eat Safari, Eat Accra, Eat Cape Town. We did not go, but we actually built and shipped it down there, and we also won. One base buildathon, and so many, yeah. But for me, the advantage you have is that if you participate in these hackathons, when you get or you need assistance to go for such events, you find it very easy. Even with the wins I have, I still did not use my money to go to Thailand. I still got sponsorship from Ghana and also Build Guild, a community. That is why it's very good. Like block. Oh, sorry, my fault. Okay. So the community you get to join the QR code, please join these communities, and when they see you, like, it's very easy because they know that you have attended this event and you have now been recognized. So I'll just show you a little bit about, so this is Yele, the owner of Onboard Wallet. I think, how many of us are Web3 here? Web3. So we have so many Web2 folks here. So should we onboard them or later on? Okay, let's onboard them. Okay, so before that, so this is just, I think, yeah, so I went for dinner. I just want to show, yeah, so this is the hacker house, and let me show you the, so this is, I don't know what this is called. I think this, yeah, this is noodles. So this is Chinese noodles. Yeah, so this is, so I was being fed and I was still given the opportunity to still build, and I still won. So it's like, I don't know. So this is how they prepare that stuff. Like all these things, just go in and, yeah. So I keep trying different things. I ate what I don't know. I ate what I know. I tasted different things. Yeah. And I think this is just fruit. You know, the good thing about it is that even if you can't eat their food, the fallback function is fruit. When I'm satisfied, I've tasted so many things and I'm still not filled, I'll just go and pack enough watermelon, pineapple, tomato. I think on the airplane, they serve, you know, sachet tomato. They serve it as a drink. I'm serious. In the plane, I was like, give me that juice there, longer throat. When they brought it, it was a tomato paste. So I had to return it. So, but yeah, this is the workshop she actually took us to. This was by, I've forgotten. Yeah, so this is it. We just had, so there were so many side events. It was massive. I think over 12,000 people came for DEF CON. So there were so many side events, and yeah, so you just have to attend the one you want, and yeah, so this is it where we went to, and these are some of the folks I met, and so this is Node Bridge, which we did last week, how to set up nodes, and this is just the Thailand experience. So let me show you that of the hacker house. Just 1 minute, and so where are you? Just 1 minute, and I'm almost there. So this is where Africans, all of us, like they hosted one day for just Africans. So this is the whole, and funny enough, I was sitting beside Vitalik. I never knew. So this is him here. So I tried taking selfie. They were like, no. So I never knew, like, almost see my destiny helper beside me. Please shine your eye. You don't be like me. So one more and we'll kick off. So this is, where are you? Sorry. And I think this should be right. Why can't I find the hacker house? Sorry, just 1 minute. 1 minute. Okay, so I'll show you guys that after the presentation. So the whole point is that participate in any event you find yourself in, build cool stuff, and I don't work for anybody. There are guys that do hackathons for a living. I think 2024, I can say I did that for a living. Because I just build product and you win, you just leave it, you build another one, and then you leave. So this is the point where we onboard the non-Web3 folks to Web3, right? So let's have more Web3 folks. So this is my slide. I think, so we'll be starting with the introduction to blockchain. First of all, definition. I have my apart from this, I think we should be doing a little bit of giveaway. So any Web3 folk here that can define what blockchain is?
So blockchain basically are like groups of nodes that interconnect. So they have a way of verifying data on chain. So in blockchain, there are two ways of verifying data. There is the proof of stake and the proof of work. So proof of stake is used by Bitcoin. Proof of work was also used by Bitcoin, but now it's used on Ethereum. Ethereum has basically migrated to proof of work. So blockchain have different layers. There are layer 0, like Polkadot. There's layer 1, like Ethereum, like Bitcoin. There's layer 2. So layer 2 built on top of layer 1. So a good example of layer 2 is Polygon. You have StackNet. So what in blockchain, I think they have 3 focus. We have transparency, we have scalability, and we have, can't remember the last one, but those layer 2 basically build or improve those areas.
Yeah, please. I think he has touched the whole. So who else would, okay, let me ask you a question. Who can differentiate between Web3 and blockchain? Let me catch them now. Web3 and blockchain. So who can differentiate between these two? Okay.
So, from my understanding of it, I think Web3 consists of a series of like blockchain focused platforms, right? While blockchains are kind of like ecosystems whereby like things can be like whereby Web3 protocols can be implemented, right? So yeah, pretty much that's what I think.
Okay, just like buttress what you said, I think you go Web3, but like blockchain is okay. So imagine this: you have like a highway, right? A busy highway of like cars moving and all that. So the cars are like transactions. Then the road itself is the blockchain infrastructure. That's like it's a data structure kind of. It's a chain of blocks. So it's like this block leads to the next block, leads to the next block, and each block actually is tied to each other by something called transaction hashes. So the transaction hash starts from the Genesis block. So that's how it gets to the end of it.
So I think, yeah. Okay, just to, please. Yeah, so I think most of our definition is going too deep, and some people are already getting. Please, let's not take them to somewhere they don't know.
So, in my own words, I'll put it Web3, preferably I like to call it on chain, is the new internet, right? From Web2, right? It's the new internet whereby ownership is ours and all of that. Then the blockchain is the solution to bring about the new internet.
Okay, Web3 is basically an advanced form of Web 2. So let's start from Web 1, right? In Web 1, everything was static. It was just data, there was no database, no backend, nothing. So from there, we advanced to Web 2. That is the WW3, the consortium. So in the Web 2, we have backend, where users can have, what they call this thing, they can have personal data. But the issue was that in the issue of Web 2, the government and other bodies can manipulate data. Even in, let me say, you have a lottery, someone at the back end can manipulate the lottery or decide to win the lottery for himself. So going to Web3 now, right? The Web3 is that the concept of it is that it's decentralized. That was the solution to all those things. So nobody have access or can manipulate your data. And once data is there, it is not editable at all. So that is what they call Web3. And so what is the blockchain, right? Blockchain are basically the same like blocks of code that verifies data on chain. Web3 is just like your normal website, your normal HTML, your normal thing. But this time around, you're storing your data on chain. And the reason why you're storing it is that there's no central body, no government, no authority can be able to manipulate or change those data or decide to put those data down. So that is the difference.
So I think are you a lecturer? Yeah, so all what they said is right. I hope we are following. Should I group it into sections so that Group A can win something, Group B can, or should I give it to them? Which one? So as we can see here, blockchain, decentralized, distributed ledger, all this blah, 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 all this English, what it's trying to say is that we all have phones here, right? Who can tell me one thing that is connecting all of us? Good. Do you now know that your phone in this term is a block? The internet is now the chain. That's what blockchain is. So your phone, you have Telegram, WhatsApp. But what is connecting us is just that internet, and we can now communicate with each other. So that is what the blockchain is doing. The blockchain is just computers that are taking records. I look at a Bitcoin as like, do you know people that have shops, when they sell probably one thing, they just write it down. They sell maybe 2 deep freezers, they put in the amount. They keep writing that. When the book gets filled, they get a new book and continue the record. They get another book. If somebody is owing them on that other book, they don't throw it away. They go back to it, or they transfer it. That's what blockchain is. It's just a ledger. Then Bitcoin, they now started, before you know, when I went to Thailand, I met people that they said they will buy Bitcoin as cheap as it is and just be sharing it. That they were using it to have fun. Okay. That is why, for Bitcoin, it is now electronical. That is the difference there. So that's it. So as we can see, the key points: decentralization, transparency, immutability, which is this, security, consensus, distribution. So please, just read this. I think by the time we move further, I'll just ask one or two questions and then give something away. Abby? So let's go further. Yep. Let me have this here. So this is what is blockchain, the rules and all that. The rules: users initiate transaction, verifies nodes, block creators, developers, validators, governance, and all that. These are amazing things that comes with blockchain. So how does the blockchain function? So this is a public permissionless blockchain. It is open to anyone, ensures agreements and all that. So first of all, the questions I want to ask are all here. How do we do it now? So let's just go for that. Those that are in Web 2, I hope we are following. Web 2 folks, are we following? I noticed this part have not been interactive. So let's go further. So advantages and challenges of blockchain. So apart from the ones I have here, who can mention just 2 or 3 advantages of blockchain and then 1 disadvantage? Or two disadvantage, 1 advantage. Let me see. Because everybody's saying blockchain is good, blockchain is good. See, there's disadvantage. Who can mention 2 disadvantage, 1 advantage? Just mention 2 disadvantages of blockchain and 1 advantage. An advantage is transparency. Okay. 2 disadvantages. Okay, scalability. What about layer 2s? I don't catch you. So 1 disadvantage.
Not all blockchains are actually private, and that's an issue. I mean, I do like the blockchain, but the fact it's not private is an issue. So that's why blockchain technologies or companies like Aztec or Polygon ZK Sync and all of that, those are the ones that I actually do follow more in the space. I like privacy.
Yeah, what it means is that if you have it's just like you have my account number, you can see my balance. Imagine you can see people's account balance just by their account number. So the blockchain with your wallet address would define all that so that every other person can follow. So he said privacy.
Okay, based on privacy, right, there are blockchains that solve that, like Alio. So with Alio, right, if you don't have someone's view key, right, you can't see the person transaction, you can't see the person balance. All those things are on the blockchain, but they are solved with mathematical problem. A good example of challenge on the blockchain is what they call the Oracle problem, whereby blockchains cannot define randomness. So blockchain have to fall back on an oracle. There's a good example of oracles are like Pi, and we have chain link oracles. So like that is like a problem that blockchain have to face. They cannot be random because they are on different systems, and different systems cannot give you the same random number. So we have the oracle problem on blockchains.
So please, if you don't know what Oracle is, would come to that. He's using heavy terms. Please, who would break it down for us? Even me, I got confused at the point. I'm sorry.
Okay, advantage, disadvantage. One disadvantage is interoperability. Not all blockchains are interoperable, and they don't communicate. There is, for instance, Bitcoin is not. Bitcoin and Ethereum, they're not interoperable, meaning they function differently. They have specific technologies in which they function. For example, Ethereum is smart contract, and it uses Solidity as a language to build decentralized applications. So that's one disadvantage. Aside.
Yeah. So what he meant by that is that, have you ever sent message on Telegram, and somebody on WhatsApp received it? That is what he's trying to say. You can't be on Discord and chat somebody on Telegram. It's not possible. But all these are social media apps. So that is what he's trying to say, that there are different blockchains which would mention. I think everybody should be able to mention one, right? We have enough to go around. Yeah, so that's what he meant. You can't be on Telegram and message somebody on Discord, and you can't be on Discord and message somebody on WhatsApp, except now that there are applications that you can use one to chat on different. I think I just gave somebody an idea now. You can build that one for us. Yeah. So that's also one. So let's just look at what we have. Advantages and disadvantages. Advantages, everybody know it enhances security, consensus, and all that stuff. Challenge is scalability issue. We have layer 2s, but the layer 2s now, everybody is trying to do one thing. One would come, I can make it fast, though, but you can't. One would come, okay, I can make it more secured, but the speed. One, I can do this. Even those that have decided to sell their soul on the soul blockchain, they are still doing what? It's the same thing. Those that decided to turn and move to turn, should we turn them back? So, implementation hustle, environmental impact. This is, I think Celo is trying to fix this, which is why they brought, would explain that. But why they say environmental impact is that to mine Bitcoin it involves a lot of hardware, and those hardware consume electricity. And that electricity now, what they emit is heat. And that is why in Lagos, they have so many artificial air. The heat in Lagos, I can tell you, is not natural. It's not. It's just like the one in Thailand. It's artificial, from AC to machine to car. It's artificial. Come to Mina and enjoy natural hot air, not the one we are seeing here. So that is what it means. Then regulatory challenges, which is, this has to do with government and legal issues. Yeah. So I think, does anybody have any question? I think now we'll start going to definition of terms. So who would define wallets? Who would define, yeah, so these are the things. Web2 developers, these are the basic things you need to know for you to be able to interact with the blockchain. You need a wallet, you need to know your private key, and all that stuff. So who would define a wallet for us? So let's just make it interactive. The giveaway, I'm just counting people that, if you pass my power, I'll just pick one person and give him everything. So yeah, wallet, yep.
In Web3 space, think of your wallets like your normal bank accounts, like your First Bank, your UBA. This is where you store your cryptocurrency assets. And to access your wallets, you will be given a private key, and you need to secure the keys you are given. If you misplace your keys, then your funds would be lost, literally, because that's the only way you can access, or that's the only way you can access and maintain your wallets. We have different types of wallets. We have wallets for different chains. For example, on an EVM wallet, you make use of MetaMask, you can make use of Rabbi. There are different wallets for Solana, there's Phantom, and these different type of wallets, think of them like different banks, like UBA, First Bank, to store your cryptocurrency assets like Ethereum, Bitcoin, Sui, and the likes.
Okay, our lecturer wants to.
Okay. So a crypto wallet, right, is a wallet that derives a public address or a user address from a private key. Now this process is called okay, the process is made by using what we call a derivation path. So every block can have its own derivation path or its coin type. Like example now, Ethereum uses 60 as its coin type. So how it works is that they what they call ecliptic curve digital signature algorithm. Understand? So with that algorithm, right, there are different types. So let's go to the most popular type. We have ED 25519. So, so what will happen is that, right, you pass your seed, let's use BIP39, that is a seed phase of 24 words. Understand? So when you get that word, you validate it, then you convert that word to what they call a BIP seed, right? So that seed itself, we go through an algorithm to give you a V, a R, and a S, right? VRS, thank you. So with that VRS now, right, you can derive your public key, that's your wallet address. But in Ethereum, another blockchain, your public key is not your wallet address. They have to hash the last 20 bytes of your public key to create an address. Then your private key is your normal X, like your private key, which you should not share with anybody. Thank you.
Yeah, please. I think even me, I never knew that it was the last 20 hash. they use. So I'm also learning. Yeah, that's good. So, okay, you have something to say. Okay. So we are still on wallet. Web2 developers, I would ask you, what is a wallet?
A wallet, simply put, is just a storehouse for your crypto assets. Please.
Yeah, that's good. So a wallet is just where you store your assets. So first of all, let me give you the do's and don'ts for crypto wallet because I lost something very, should I say it? If I mention the amount, you won't believe it. Oh, I should mention it. No, you don't want to. You would cry with me. So for your wallet, Web2 developers, even Web3 developers, they have 4 victims. So let me say this. If you receive any offer that is too good, that you know, that I know, that we all know, that offer is too good. I was sent an offer on Telegram. So I was like, just do this thing, do this thing. The pay is 500 USD. Me and my long throat. It's work now, so I decided to pick it, and then they were like, this is where we'll have the meeting. It was not Google Meet, it was not Zoom, it was not Microsoft meeting link. They now sent another application. So I downloaded it. When I tried it on Ubuntu, it does not work on Ubuntu, and because of the security issues, the script they had on it did not run. So I gave it to my friend on his MacBook. I said, let me just attend this meeting for this job. His own too did not work. My Ubuntu is a dual, so I have Windows. I quickly switched to Windows and downloaded the app. It was now Windows because it was through that window they now entered my system. I don't know if you understand. When somebody wants to steal, he goes through where? So I had to run the software on my Windows. So that was how I never knew there was a bash script. As I ran the software, it was running, then it stopped. The meeting link did not open. My camera did not turn on. Not knowing it has sent my private key to them. The money I had on Aave that I staked, the one on Corp Finance, they swept everything. When I staked, when you staked on lending borrowing platform, when you stake, there's a certain percentage that you won't go below, right? They just removed it. Before I knew, I just got liquidated just like that. They took everything. And there's a software, which is why we saw one of the disadvantages is that somebody with your wallet address can know how much you have. So one thing they used for me was that they said they need my wallet address so that they would use it for payment. When I sent, they now used it to check how much was there. So they now say, Kai, this boy, if we are to do this to him, it will actually give us profit. So that was how I ran that script. And then all my private key was sent to them. So my MetaMask, they took everything from it. So what I'm trying to say is that you see your seed phrase and your private key. Please, try as much as possible. Web2 developers, Web3, anything that has to do with wallet and private key, do not share it. The second one I'll share before I give others to share their experience, because this is the fun part. You get to lose and then you get to, so that you don't get hacked and then you say Web3 na scam. No, now you scam yourself. So me, I went for a bigger fish, and then what they were paying me safe was not up to, was not close to what they took. Instead of them to just take small and leave some for me. And again, be mindful, Web2 developers, we're talking about wallets here. There are sites that you don't click on. I was sent a link on the Polygon server, but mine, the Polygon was Polygon. As per my money is gone. I never knew, I just thought it's Polygon, not knowing it ended with E, like you are gone. I clicked on it, my MetaMask opened. I did not read what was there, I just confirmed. That was how my money. So please, Web2 developers, as would continue the journey, so all the hacks, the tricks, so that you don't fall victim of it and say you were not told. Now you were told. So
thank you, KCPLF, for sharing that experience. So a little added information to what he said. Although he mentioned two ways of where you can lose your funds in the crypto space. Either you download a software or probably you went to a wrong website. You could also be connecting to fake airdrop sites too. You guess if you have been in the back end of a front end project whereby you have to connect to website, you will see that when you connect wallets, the person can do anything to your system. The person can even overheat your system just for you connecting the wallet, right? So apart from also checking on links or checking if those links are true or not, because those things are normal, what we call phishing, if you're doing cybersecurity, you get. So they tend to manipulate information to get more information, right? So apart from checking those links, there's what we call DNS spoofing. So DNS spoofing is like they spoof your cache. So even if you went to www.pancakeswap.com, it's actually pancakeswap.com. But if you have been DNS spoofed, right, they will just go and change your cache. So when you are loading to that website, you are going to that website, but you are going to somewhere else. It has already been changed. You get. So sometimes you can also do yourself a favor by clearing your cache on your system. And other thing is that you can also, please, you are developers, we should be using a Linux system. If you are using a Linux system, it will save you a lot, right? If you are using Windows, I'm sorry, you get. But if you're using a Mac, that's also cool too. But always update, whichever system you are using, always update your system. Don't click links, don't have conversation with anyone. Anything that is too good to be true is too good to be true. You get, so that's just how it is.
Yeah, thank you.
And also, at the end of the day, we can really never be too careful, right? Whether you save your seed phrase, whether you avoid conversations, you can never be too careful because even the best of the best always fall, right? So, which still leads me down to the fact that the wallet is not really like major to store assets. It's basically gateway to the blockchain, accessing the apps, those sites. That's why for every wallet, you only see a browser section whereby you can paste link and do stuff. So that's why when you are having a wallet or you're coming on chain, you should not just primarily put it that, okay, my wallet, I'm storing my assets and stuff like that, and just be carefree. You should understand that this wallet you are going to be using to access stuff. That's why preferable, have different wallets. Have a wallet in Phantom, have a wallet in Rainbow, have a wallet in Coinbase, right? And choose one that you just use to be playing around with and testing stuff. The rest, you can leave something there. Basically, you're not using those other wallets. Do you get? Don't use it to access this site or access anything. So that if they ever walk in, if they ever pass the window, they are not seeing anything to take. Just an addition.
All right, so I think everybody has covered the important parts, but I'll cover the parts from the protocol aspect. So there are certain protocols in Web3, quote and unquote, that when they build, they don't go for security reviews in the sense that their protocols they are not being reviewed by professionals in the security space. So it means that for blockchain, you can't necessarily change your smart contract or your code base because once you deploy, it is immutable on the blockchain. Although there are other means at which you can deploy through a proxy, meaning a proxy is just like an avenue for you to have an implementation contract different from your proxy. So, but in the blockchain space, I think this year alone, we lost over, I think, close to 10 to 15 billion dollars that was hacked. This is not the fault from the user. It's not the fault from it's just the fault from the smart contract. So there are people that are black hats in the Web3 ecosystem that look for vulnerabilities in your contract, and they can exploit those vulnerabilities. And it doesn't necessarily have to be from your own end as the user. It's just basically from the code base. Maybe there's a particular vulnerability there, reentrancy attacks, front running, whatever. So yeah, that's also another thing to consider.
Yeah, thank you. So the last point before him, what he was trying to say is that have a wallet where you just send your crypto assets there. You don't use it to connect any site. Then have one that if it is airdrop, use it. If it is anything, drop it there. Then as soon as it enters, if it is legit, as soon as it enters, transfer it to that one. So that one, you don't connect it to any site. You don't. That is how you be safe. Me, I still use the wallet that was hacked because I've used it for so many things. So if they are to go for airdrop, that was what I used, and I got a 50% discount on the DEFCON ticket because I've been using it. So when I applied for scholarship, that wallet, the transaction was much, so they gave it to me. So I still have my wallet. So that's it. So these are some of the disadvantages. Like you can get hacked and then see you will cry and your money is gone. Like that day I was, oh my God. But we thank God for hacker things that started winning, and then, yeah, so we came back. So next is, let's look at what we have. Okay, core concepts in the blockchain. If you notice, we have been mentioning some of this stuff: cryptography, smart contract, dApps, tokens, consensus, mining, public, and everybody. Okay, look at it. We have actually defined private key. Our lecturer did justice to that. Thank you, sir. So cryptography ensures data security. Smart contract is a self-executing code. See, it is just code. We'll look at some samples here. Smart contract, Web2 developers don't look at it as like legal. We don't sign anything here. It's the blockchain that does the signing. So that's why it is called smart contract. And smart contract does not mean it runs on its own. You have to trigger the transaction. But why it is smart? Who can answer that? Why is it smart? Web3, I think this side I've been speaking. Any Web3 developer here, why is smart contract, or why is the contract called smart contract? Why is it smart? Smart contract, do they self-execute? They do? Why are you using my keynote? So, okay, network protocol, we have Merkle tree, public and private cryptography management, mining and validation. Mining, this one, everybody now, tap swap. Who did not do tap swap here? What you were doing, you were mining. I'm sure some of you here still have your Pi account. Abi? So as long as you did tap swap, you have Pi, that process there is what is called mining. But for blockchain, for EVM, Solana, Bitcoin, we have a dedicated system for that. Currently, I run four nodes for EVM, so which is a different thing entirely. So these are dedicated systems that you have that are actually what? Validating and taking transaction. Like the example we gave about the book, whereby if you're a shop owner, you get to write what you have sold, then you keep record of it. When that book gets filled, you get another new book that you continue what you have written there. So that's what I'm just doing. By just running those systems, you're just taking record of, if Mr. A sent somebody money, it would be recorded on your system, it would be recorded on your own, it would be recorded on any other system, and that is why it is what called mining and then blockchain and all that. So dApps, these are decentralized applications. All the applications you'll be building here for the hackathon, they are called dApps. They interact with the blockchain, you interact with your MetaMask wallet, you perform transaction, you sign transaction. Those are all dApps. Any application that has to do with token, airdrop, except for the ones that are fake, those ones are not. So let's move further. So real world application. Finance, supply chain, healthcare. I think, okay, yeah, so I'll keep asking. Finance, just any example, any application on finance. Pancake swap, any other one. Ave, on finance. Any application. Finance. Uniswap, Curve, yeah. So supply chain. Any example for supply chain? Tech Guru. Supply chain. Healthcare, do we have any? There are private blockchains for healthcare. And this is also something you could build on. Voting system. Anyone? Except the only one I know is the one I built for. Okay, yeah, that's good. Sustainability, carbon credit tracking. This is Celo. Real estate, RWA, which is what is trending now. Chainlink had to also go into it. So it's something you could also build, real world assets, right? So you could build that too. We have education. Mentioned, there are so many educational platforms, Encode, Dora Hack, She Code Africa, Web3 Ladies, and the rest. For government, which one do we have? Tax collection, city. Which government is using crypto for which one? Do you know anyone? Do we know anyone? I know of one, but I'm just trying to. For voting. Good. So media content. See, this part, let me dwell on this part very well. If you don't want to be a developer, because it's like we have been calling smart contract, develop. See this part, this media, content rights management. People on the base blockchain, if you are a developer, nothing for you. But if you are a content creator, or you do artwork, or you do music, that blockchain is for you. So as I'm also speaking, I'll be giving alphas. And there was a platform, a group where I was being paid 0.5 ETH as of last year. So I would also, I think the OGs here, you don't need that site. So I can skip that, right? So they were actually paying 0.5 ETH. Like I could show you my transaction history for contributing. So as I'm also speaking, I'll be giving out alphas. So if you want, you just jot them down. If you want to see my transaction history, I would show you 0.5 ETH every month. You get it. And that time it was, see, everybody have a story to tell about when they had something and spent everything. And now look at, that time it was 2023 January, check it. It was around was it up to 1.5? Just that, so 0.5 ETH. I kept spending it. Now, let's not go into that. So we have case studies. These are some of the platforms that we have. And yeah, so blockchain platform, Bitcoin, Ethereum, Solana, Polkadot, Hyperledger, Binance Smart Chain. We have Cosmos and the rest, Cardio, Avalanche. It's like somebody mentioned Base here. Did I hear that? That was a layer 2. That's not, please, let's not. Does Solana have something like layer 2? They don't. Okay, they do. What about Ton? Do they? Probably not. So we have blockchain development tools for the developers in the house. So I would also take a little workshop on something else. So we have programming language, Solidity, Rust for Solana, Go for Hyperledger, and Move for Dame, development framework, Truffle, Hard Hat, and the rest. Testing tools, we have Remix. So this is one thing I think I wanted to go into it, but it was too difficult. You know that security auditing, there are guys in Nigeria that are topping the leaderboard for the security auditing on Cyphron Updraft. If you can find one security flaw in a smart contract, you get up to 100K USD. The guy that audited Open Zappling, he was paid almost 200. If you can just find a flaw, like, it's not easy, and sometimes they do, I think I'll drop it in the group if you want to join. They do mini bounties. If you can just find a flaw, just something small, you get paid. And I think up to now, if not, maybe smart contracts are now good. The most used, the most vulnerable part or the hack that has been discovered is reentrancy. It's as simple as, if you just see it, it's very simple, but people keep making that mistake. Like, if you the amount is too huge. So if you go into security auditing, it pays. Especially there are guys in Nigeria that are doing it. I wanted to leave it. I was like, this thing is not for me. But when I discovered there are people in Nigeria with this current situation, they still have the head to think and still find a way to see the vulnerability in that smart contract. I was tempted to go into it, but it's not everything that is your calling, right? So I had to leave that part. So we have documentation, monitoring tools, and we have development tools, IPFS, and other stuff. So if you have any question, please, you can feel free to ask. Then future of the blockchain, Web3, AI integration, which is the hacker house in Thailand. It was with Pin AI. They were doing something with AI and blockchain. So if you can also come up with something like that, you would get grants for that. We have layer 2 scaling solution, cross-chain, which is what you said, the quantum resistance, green blockchain, and social impact. So you could also see them and just read through them. So should I go to my section of asking questions and doing some giveaways before we move further, or should we get to the end first? Which one? Okay, let's get to the end. Okay. So in conclusion, this is just the summary. You can also just get the link, and if you need the slides, so it's just the website, blockchainintro.vasel.app, and we have discussions and other stuff, and yeah. So hands-on demo, which would go into group discussion and other minor stuff, architect and design, security, and so I just want to touch on, yeah. So this is some hacks and tricks for hackathons. See, you don't need to be a developer to win hackathons. Like, it is open. Non-developers, developers, you just need to be good. And then take notes. So for problem selection, choose real-world problems. Like, what you're trying to do should, even if you can't build it, the good thing about hackathon is that I've seen people's product that they just started, but they were able to pitch the idea, and then the judges were able to see what they were seeing. They won. There was no, the front end has not been deployed. They only pitched it. If you can convince people that, okay, this is what you're seeing, your application can do 10x, do this, generate this income, do this, do that. If you can do that very well, and then the judges are now seeing it, there's a way you explain something that it is, you can't touch it, but you see it to the point whereby you start feeling it. So that's what some people do. So you can have an idea, even if you don't have developers. Write a good pitch deck, write your documentation, put up these things, and then they might see that, okay, you need funding to get developers to do it, and then you win it, just to encourage you. We have technical preparation, project scoping, team composition, which you need front-end, back-end, business strategies, and all that. Innovative focus, combine blockchain and technology. So it's good you combine AI and other stuff together with blockchain. Presentation strategy. Create a compelling narrative around your solution. Winning strategy. Start user research and use boiler. Initially, I don't like this part, because the moment you bring product managers, the first thing they will be like, PRD, documentation, we need to do research, we need to, just allow me, what are we doing? Front end, be okay, NPX create it, NPX deploy, Vasel. We have that's what I was doing before. Not knowing that there's a part for documentation and research. So, don't play with that. Use boilerplates, which I'll be showing you some templates. Focus on killer features. Don't try to build the application like it should be functional. For hackathon, most times, people that win, what they just do is, if it is 2 features, mint and create your NFT. If the others is to maybe share, send, retrieve your, forget about it. Focus on, make sure that you have one thing that is working and is working well. It gives you a higher chance of winning. And most of the hackathons, one person can't win everything. Like at It Global, the pool prize was 700,000 USD, almost $1 million. I did not register on time, so I could not get in, but the hacker house, I won that. I now did a side project and used somebody's account to submit, which we submitted late. They still wanted to give us something, but I didn't finish it because the amount they were calling was too small. So I just said no. Imagine, I'm now rejecting. But yeah, that's by the way. It was 700 USD. And just, if you see the project, team of 4, 7,000 USD. Nobody took up to 10. So imagine you build something, you have an 80% chance of winning nothing less than 2K USD. So like, most times just think big. Do your hackathon, submit it. If you can't go, just build it. Get somebody there that would help you submit it. That is what we're doing. It's Safari, we didn't go there. They said they would give Nigerians this. We know the issue, they won't give us anything. So we had to find a way and submit it, and then we won. It's Cape Town, same thing. They were like, they will give out sponsorship to Nigerians. We know they won't give anything. After AFCON, they will now give us to come and do what? So we still found a way and we still won. It's Safari, we still won that one. So just build something, even if you can't go. People do it for a living. I've met somebody that why he decided to stop hackathon was because he got grants for 3 projects. 3 projects. And for grants, see, just pray for grants. Do you know what they do? People, is there anybody that is on StackNet here? There's no StackNet developer here. Hey. So you don't know that StackNet actually made some of us, like some Nigerians, huge. Both the airdrop, they gave out, oh my God, one guy just stayed, he contributed to their documentation one time. So he had up to 3,000 USD worth of StackNet. StackNet do give out grants. The good thing about grants is that they give you the money, and then you will now build, anywhere you stop, come back and show them if you need more. Depending on the blockchain, if you need more, they give it to you. Leaks also is doing that. Leaks, you get to pitch and then prepare some documentation. You must have a certain amount of gold. They are trying to make it very difficult. But as soon as you cross that, you get 5K USD. Like, they won't ask you, what did you do with it? They just give it to you. So what the guy was doing, he was just traveling around and he built the application himself, so he can just sit down in 2 days, add some features and tell them this was what he added. Nobody will hold you responsible for that, as long as it is on their blockchain. So that's the good thing about grant. So when you keep hacking, now I'm also focusing on grants too. As soon as I get it, I'll leave hackathon for upcoming. So that's it. So please, whatever you're building, build with the mindset that you can either apply for grants, because grant is the greatest of it all. Company would fund you, still pay you, and still pamper you to build it complete. So we have, start with user research, use boilerplate, focus on one killer feature, prepare reusable component, document your development process, which is good. Practice your pitch demo multiple times. Okay, yeah. So this one, see, we are victims of this. It might look so small, but this has a lot of impact. See, they opened its global submission platform, I think, more than twice. Because no matter what you do, people would still have their project to themselves. Deadline, they won't submit. So for this one that you have now, try as much as possible to, as soon as you have 2 futures, make a good video and then keep it aside. Keep building. As soon as, if you meet up with the deadline, make another video and submit that. But if you can't meet up, submit that one and keep building on your application. So many people have lost opportunity. Like for me, the Eat Global that I did, I wanted to use somebody's account. We were unable to pitch. So that was why we did, because we saw the project. Honestly, I'm telling you, if we had pitched, I would probably get up to 2K USD. Because I sat down overnight trying to build that stuff and we were unable to pitch because of this. I took this lightly, but when we submitted on the platform, it's like they went over it and checked on Eat Global platform, then they now saw our project. But on pitching, which you have a higher chance, then we now have common tracks now to build on. You have DeFi, social impact, enterprise integration, Web3 infrastructure, gaming and NFT. If you can have a game on the blockchain, like, it gives you an added advantage We have privacy and security. This one is for people like our lecturers. This is it's very advanced. Yeah. So technical tips. For this, you have use development frameworks, use simple but effective smart contract, create intuitive user interface with Web3, ensure proper error handling, include thorough. This part, not when making your video, you are trying to deploy and maybe your application now crashes. I've watched so many, I think for the base buildathon that just ended, I was one of the judges, where you get to watch a video and then it is the local URL, and then the user would submit a different URL because there was error. So he was unable to deploy it, but what he was able to do was to make the video on his local host, but he was unable to deploy it to Vercel. So that would also give, based on the metrics we were giving, you would have a point for video, and then the live URL for me to test what you have said you have built is not there. So you now see that it's now conflicting. So I would have to give you a low mark, probably. So this is so prepare local development environments beforehand. So which is what he did, but he did not deploy. Yeah, so pitching advice. Clear problem statements. I've watched several videos that they were talking about the tool. For judges, don't tell them you wrote a smart contract, 1,000 lines, you did this, you audited this, you have so many developers working on. No, try to sell the idea. Sometimes it's not the code that make you win. It is how well you pitch it and how you make them see what you're actually building. Then you have live demo of working prototype. This is also important. If you have 2 features, push it to Vercel, fix all the error, keep everything set, and keep building on the local environment. If you have it set, push it to production. Keep adding to production. Not deadline. You are now trying to ship, let me say, 5 features, and maybe 2 is now causing errors. And the funny thing about code is that the moment you start removing, you end up removing both the good one that you have. So just as soon as you have 2 features that are working, ship it to Vercel, keep that URL, and keep building. Yeah. And then technical architecture explanation. Just be straight with this. Sometimes the judges are not as technical. Don't show them like, you did. Sometimes it's good. Just mention you did this is what it's doing. But don't try to tell them how you did it. They would want to know. There's a way you make somebody like, you spark something in somebody that they would want to check, how did this guy do this thing? So that's what you do here. And then scalability and business model. Don't build something that does not have real world use. Build something that when they see it, they would want to like, if we invest in this thing, it would actually give us something. So don't just build. There are so many applications on NFT. Don't come and start building NFT marketplace. There are so many NFT marketplace. See, I can Google NFT marketplace template and just deploy it. I have an NFT marketplace. So build it. It sounds realistic, but when you look at it, it is not reasonable. So don't build something that already exists. Build something that is unique and that solves a particular problem with you. Yeah. And then we have future development roadmap. So tell them where the project is heading to. Most especially, don't try to build a complete project. Build something good that you would still need to work on it. So when you build something perfect, they think you actually copied the project and then you are giving them something that has been built. So you tell them where you are taking it to from there. Just within 5 minutes, you can do all this. And mostly all the hackathon videos I've seen, you are meant to do this within 5 minutes. 1 minute, you just tell them, okay, this is what I'm actually solving. This is the live demo. When you click this, it's doing this. Technical architecture, you just explain, go to the code base, and just 1 minute, another minute, scalability and business model. The future of it, you now come into this. Then the team expertise and role. If you have time, that is why this is at the ending. Nobody will award you for having the best smart contract. That one would not assure you winning anything. So if you have time, you can just, okay, these are the team members, this, and you're good to go. So make sure these key points here, these are the most important ones. Just take notes. Try as much as possible. Within 1 minute, you explain each of them, and your project is set. So I think we'll be going to the last slide. So I kept this part I think, should we go into this now, or I should ask my question? Okay.
Should we open up the hackathon?
Okay, yes. This.
Yeah.
Yeah. So I should talk about this?
Yeah.
Okay.
So they can start.
Okay, so they can start.
Yeah.
Yeah, so I think for that section, we are done with intro to blockchain. So if you have any question, okay?
Okay, first of all, can we get, is there any way we can get that slide? Yes. Oh, you send the link. Okay. Secondly, I wanted to ask, what's the use of sending the, you said we can still continue on the project even when we submit. I was saying that at one point because the front-end person that was supposed to complete my own side didn't do it. So we submitted the project like that, you know, and I was disqualified the first stage. What will I do? If you were the one, what will you do in that?
Okay. So why I said continue working on that is that there's a time period between submission deadline and judging period. So within that time, mostly as soon as you submit a project, it does not get judged, or once the deadline closes. I think it is after a day or two. And sometimes, if they are much, before they get to your turn, you would have shipped something and added to your code base. So sometimes when the project, like for Eats Global, that is much, they have over sometimes 2,000 registration. So and then you now submit on cooked project. You can still be working on it until they announce the winners. Then you now know that your project have been judged. So that's how you can keep adding stuff to your project. Even as soon as the deadline is done, submit, but keep shipping, except the rule states that after deadline, don't make any commit to your code base. Yeah, some rules are like that, but there's one hint. Please, let me just share one tip. If they say don't make any commit to your code base on GitHub, deploy directly from your local host to Vercel. That they can't trace when you just updated that one on Vercel. Don't ship it to GitHub, but deploy it directly. So if you build, let me say, the landing page, the about page, and the hackathon has ended, and they say don't ship to GitHub, agree, don't ship. Just do Vercel and ship it to Vercel directly and have your application work. So as soon as they go there, they would see there's a landing page, there's this, that, not knowing that you are still working on it, but you did not make any commit. That's another hint. But that's illegal. Please, don't do illegal things. Yeah. Okay, so this is now the hackathon. I don't know. It's like I would also participate here so that we can. No, I'm just joking. So at least let me just end the year with. So this is the hackathon, hack with Dr. Adaku. So this is Vibe. Today we are hacking. Later we vibe. I hope we understand the flow. So this is what you're meant to build. This is very simple. You are not tied to any blockchain. You can deploy and build and use any template you want. The only criteria is that your project should solve the SDG, which is the US Social Development Goals.
Yeah, so your project should be related to at least one of the UN SDGs, which stands for Social Development Goals. We spoke about it earlier. There's 17, and I made you all search and see which one you resonated with the most. But on the link I sent prior and today in the WhatsApp group chat, you can see there's a link that also lists it again. So your project basically has to have some sort of social good, essentially. That's what the Sustainable Development Goals tends to highlight. And yeah, luckily for this, you're not restricted to any particular blockchain. You could do any. Case would be here all day to come to everyone's like laptops and tables. Minimum group is 1. You can hack alone if you want, or maximum teams of 3. the reason why it's good to, I know some people like to hack solo, but it's also good to hack in teams too, so you can learn. I think Casey has taught you a lot about today. Today is not just about today, you leave it and you go. These are lifelong skills that you'll use. There's virtual hackathons, there's in-person hackathons, and we, our advisor, Dr. Adaku, will be doing monthly things for 2025. So this is a prize pool, and it'll be up to Blockchain for Good how they distribute it, but our aim is for everyone to at least get something. But this is just the beginning, because this is an intro to what we're going to do next year. We're going to have monthly activations, so monthly opportunities, as opposed to maybe like we've done like a few last year, but we'll do monthly ones. So use today as a learning opportunity, because when we did one in a few months ago, we did like an online virtual hacker house, and some people didn't know what a hackathon was or how to go about it. We've really broken down everything today. So today, use it as a way to learn, win, also network, but also now you'll be a part of the Blockchain for Good ecosystem. If you submit a decent project, you saw the opportunities earlier with the incubation. They actually want to support some projects here. You saw the amounts that were there. So yeah, groups between 1 to 3. We're going to be doing some presentations too. So Casey has taught you that you should present by 6 o'clock. So it's a mini hackathon, so just try your best to see what you can do. But by 6 o'clock, that's the deadline for today. And then by then, you're going to have done a presentation too, which then will present in front of everyone. And then Blockchain for Good, the organizers will be choosing their favorites. But as I said, we do a learn and earn approach, so to ensure everyone gets something. So does everyone understand? Yeah? Okay, so you don't understand? What part don't you understand? It's up to Blockchain for Good how they distribute it. But I mentioned this is just the beginning. They've got long-term grants and bigger grants. It's just a way to enter the ecosystem. Yeah. Any more questions? So you said you don't understand. What do you understand? Yeah, did you say you don't understand?
Okay. So, okay, what you want. Okay, for this now, all what you're meant to do is to build something, an application, whatever it is, that is related to what? The UN 17 SDG, which is the Social Development Goals. So this is the only restriction you have. It should be around no poverty, yeah, so many, yeah, it's here. So this is no poverty, zero hunger, and so many other stuff. So this is it. So your application, probably maybe your application is solving poverty. Your application can be solving, can tend towards health and personal development. It can tend towards security. Whatever it's doing, just check this out and build. This is not, for every application we have been building, by default, it falls under this. So you can just come up with your idea and build your application to match this. There's no blockchain restriction. There's no technology. Whichever one you decide to build on, you just build on it. And yeah, oops. Where is that? Yeah, and okay.
For me now, I'm a Web2 developer. I have like zero experience on Solidity or anything. So what do I do?
Okay, yeah, for that, which is very good, there will be so many smart contract developers that will need your. See, you are scarce. Don't worry, they will look for you. So the thing is, if you are into development, that's you write codes, but not for blockchain, and you are a front-end developer, all you just need to do is to look for a Web3 developer, either a smart contract. Integrating it is not hard. So it's just for Web3, we make use of Web2, and then the backend is Web3. Yeah, so that's just, we also make use of Tailwind and React and the CSS. There's nothing different there. The backend is in Web3, Solidity and all that. But the front end, we still make use of Web2. So any other question? Okay.
I'm a psychologist. I don't know anything about what you have been saying so far. So where do I come in?
Okay, that's very good. For psychologists, right? One thing you can do is look at the 17 goals, right? Yeah. So come up with an idea or a project or something that you have in mind or a solution that you want it to be built. Then look for developers that will build it. I've seen people for hackathons that I do, the person that takes the highest amount, where is he? Okay, he's not here. What he does is just product management. Okay, he's there. He mostly takes the highest amount. He will just come and organize, bring people, tell you what he has in mind, and then you would build it. When you win, he gets the highest cut because he brought you guys together. He brought the idea, and he was there trying to, okay, call this guy, call front end. Front end, have you done your work? Back end. So you can also do that. So you just come up with an idea, then form a team. You can. So most times, developers don't have idea. What they know how to do is to code what you have. So just come up with an idea and form a team and build.
Also, someone asked if you can have groups of 4 or 5 for that reason. So we'll allow maximum 5, if that helps. So minimum 1, maximum 5 for the team.
Okay, 5. So life, health, yeah. So for submission, let me just demo. As soon as they're done. So I will just demo a little bit for the submission so you can just have a glimpse of what you should do. And remember the goals we have. As soon as you have 2 features or 1, just prepare your submission link and everything and then keep working on it. So this is it. You can just register and yes. So this section, for every hackathon, is being taken as a project or as an organization. So you can just form a team. Team A, Team B, the email, just put in your personal email. You don't need to start forming an organization email, yeah. So just put in somebody's email there, and then you have an intro to your project. Then you select what it is actually doing. Is it privacy? Is it DeFi? Is it security? Is it probably you want to build an L2 or an L1? You just select that. And then the location, we are all in Nigeria. Twitter handle, you can just use your personal handle for submission. And so we have designers here. They can just come up with logos, or you can just form a design of yourself and just upload that. And then you have, this has been filled by the platform because I'm already registered. So everyone should also sign up on this platform. So let me just show you, this is my account here. I can log out from this. So as you see, as soon as I logged out, it took out my information. So all you just need to do is to log in. Do I have to type that? Okay, no. So as you can see, as soon as I'm logged in, my contact information has been filled. And yeah, so this is where you state what your project is solving, as you can see, the tips we have also has this. A link to a video of what you have done. And then we have the link to the pitch deck, your documentation. So this is where you upload it and yeah. So okay. Are we taking a break? Because I had this slide here for those that are actually coding.
Okay, yeah. You can do that now.
Okay, why they eat?
Just tell them after break you'll show them how to code. Okay.
Yeah, so please, hello, I need your attention for just 1 minute, please. So as soon as we are done, after the break, I'll just walk you through a template that you can use to build your application very fast. It has both the smart contract and the front end together. All you just need to do is front end, work on your front end, back end, work on your back end. You push your code, everything works together. So as soon as we are done, I'll just take a brief workshop and then we all build. It's Next.js, React, yes. with Tailwind.
the audio cable. That's it. So this should be a speaker.
No, do you need to bring out the speaker?
I want to bring out the speaker. So you can do it from the back, Abby. Okay. One. Okay. One. Okay. Can you help me serve it? One. Confirm the sound. One. 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 Okay. See, once we start, switch this camera. Okay. We're starting now. Is there a mic there already? Okay. Are you ready? Okay. So, are we?
Should I go ahead? Oh, that's the rolling already. We just maybe like 3, 2, 1. Start. Okay, good morning. Good afternoon. Good afternoon. I'm Dr. Henry Mbaso. I'm at Vibes Adaku 3.0, which is an intersection of music, health, well-being, family. I've been here for the beginning of the program and I've already seen a lot of interesting talks about the blockchain, the interesting potential it has already, apart from healthcare and media and security, so many different aspects. It's clearly an upgrade over the Web 2.0. Being a doctor, I'm here to talk mostly about the medical or the healthcare point of view of things. One topics that was planned for today is about hypertension, which is what we colloquially refer to as high blood pressure, which, depending on your source of information, if the AC, which is blood pressure above 130 millimeters of mercury over 80, or if you go by the GNC, it's 140 over 90. So what exactly causes this high blood pressure precisely is unknown, right? Because depending on the type of high blood pressure the person has, we tend to classify them into two groups, essential and secondary hypertension. Essential hypertension is what about 90% of those who have hypertension have, and this is usually what we call, it's the cause is not specifically known, right? However, for secondary hypertension, like it said, it's secondary. So it's secondary to something. Something always causes secondary hypertension. So many different things, endocrine problems like the thyroid dysfunction, adrenal dysfunction, renal diseases, kidney diseases, whether chronic renal artery stenosis. There are various possible causes of secondary hypertension. While for the primary or the essential hypertension, typically the causes are known, but common risk factors are things like a parent with high blood pressure, physical inactivity, weight gain or a high BMI, advancing age. Usually in people above 65, the incidence tends to really rise. It tends to be more common in males than females, that's below the age of 60. However, as they tend to grow older, from around 70 years, with menopause, the protective effect of estrogen tends to deteriorate, and then you have more women than males with hypertension above the ages of 60, 70. So about a third of people in a general population have hypertension, and less than half of them know they have hypertension, right? And among these less than half, less than 40% of these have well-controlled blood pressures. So it's really a serious problem, and not only in Nigeria and the developed world, but you can imagine it's considerably more serious in a country like Nigeria, where health-seeking behaviors are not as prevalent. People tend to be more worried about what they're going to eat than what's going on in their blood. So the various ways to detect this blood pressure. The most common way is to just use your blood pressure cuff at home, right? Just check your blood pressure. How do you do that? Most people use the electronic, because with the aneroid and the mercury, you need a medical personnel who knows how to operate it. Well, however, with the electronic, you can just do it with one click of a button. How does it work? Say it. Make sure the arm you're using to measure is at your heart, the height of your heart. People tend to confuse that with the machine itself being at the level of the heart, which is not exactly necessary. So you have the cuff at the level of your heart.
Make sure the hand is resting, feet planted on the ground, your back is supported, and ensure that 30 minutes before that blood pressure check, you've not exercised, you've not used caffeine, you've not smoked, not taken alcohol, you've just been in a relatively calm state. And for the 5 minutes sitting, make sure you're seated and rested. Not worried about, you don't just check your account balance, you didn't just do anything that pressures you, essentially. So as you sit down, you press the button. While the blood pressure is being checked, no talking, no worrying. Just calm down and wait for the pressure to the value to come out. So when you get the blood pressure, if it's above 130/80, you want to check it on the opposite arm, right? And another thing I forgot to mention, you want to make sure you don't do it over your clothes. Sometimes people tend to overlook it when you have very tight clothing, but it's best over skin directly, when you put the cuff over skin. And then on the machine, you will tend to see a label that points to the artery. And the artery is telling you that that line should be over your brachial artery, which runs along the inner parts of your upper arm. So that's where that point artery should be, right? So that's some of the things you want to do to get a good blood pressure reading. For someone to be called hypertensive, that blood pressure needs to be above 130/80 on at least 2 separate occasions. So if you check it today, it's high, check the other hand, it's still high. You need to check on a different day, or at least hours apart, to make sure that the person is actually hypertensive, because something could have happened that day to cause a red herring, right? So that's for hypertension, blood pressure checking. What can we do to actually prevent or control the blood pressure, like from before you start to resort to drugs? So there's a measure called the DASH diet, right? DASH is an acronym, dietary approaches to stop hypertension. It involves just having higher fruits, higher vegetables, reducing salt intake. That's really the goal of this DASH diet. There are specifics on how many servings of food to give, but usually it's best to reference these to avoid mistakes. Like from a Nigerian diet, you actually be shocked at how much harm we do to ourselves by the amount of processed foods we eat, like bread and things of the sorts, pastries. They're actually very harmful when consumed in very high amounts. They're not very helpful. Weight loss is very important. In fact, there are studies that show that for each kg you lose about 1 mmHg of blood pressure. So that's really, really significant. That's like the most significant measure that can be taken, most significant single measure to reduce blood pressure. You also want to try to exercise, increase your physical activity, at least between 90 and 2 and 3 hours of exercise. That's aerobic exercise, like jogging, running, walking. I'm going to try to carry out activities of that sort, between 90 and 150 minutes per week. Distance training, people probably have told you that weight training, bench presses, and the like will not help you with your hypertension. This is false, right? Resistance training has been proven to be very helpful in improving heart health and health in general. Okay, isometric training as well. That's a few of the things you like to do. Smoking cessation. The person needs to stop smoking, preferably. Reduce alcohol consumption. At most a drink a day, or that's for males and females have different tolerances to alcohol, but preferably also, if possible, alcohol cessation as well. So these are some of the things that can really help to combat hypertension, because some of the complications of hypertension are quite devastating. Like the person could have a stroke, the person could have a myocardial infarction, what you call a heart attack, right? Which can lead to sudden death, can cause a heart failure, can cause kidney failure, can cause blindness. So it can cause a whole host of conditions. It basically affects every organ in your body that needs blood. When you have very high blood pressure, you can damage those organs, right? So those are things you want to control. Another common health problem in Nigeria and the world as well, is diabetes. Most commonly, the type 2 variant of diabetes. About 85% of people who have diabetes have type 2 diabetes. About 5 to 10% have type 1. And type 1 is not really something you can prevent per se, because it's genetically determined. But type 2 diabetes is something that can be fought, prevented, and possibly avoided in certain scenarios. It's also genetically determined, but there's more control in the hand of each person to fight it. Obesity is a very high determinant for type 2 diabetes. So the more fat a person has, particularly truncal obesity, which is fat around the abdomen, it's a very high, has very high predictive index for diabetes. Okay, so with the same measures I've mentioned of hypertension, lose the DASH diet, trying to lose weight, stopping smoking, having less sodium, more potassium, more fruits and vegetables in the diet, these can all help to combat or prevent type 2 diabetes as well. And in both conditions, if the blood pressure, or in this case, blood glucose is not well controlled, of course, next result is to see who? Your doctor. Okay? To see your doctor, not to go to the chemist and buy the first drug you heard your friend using. See the doctor, and because each patient is different. The drugs that are used vary depending on other comorbidities, your age, your sex, the underlying cause. So you need to see your doctor to start you on medications, and also to be careful and vigilant and meticulous with clinic visits. Don't miss a visit when you don't absolutely have to. Follow the doctor's advice. And then usually, these are conditions that can be managed, and the patients can have very good qualities of life. So these are some of the common things that we face in Nigeria. Both hypertension and diabetes can lead to kidney disease, so the same measures can help to prevent kidney disease in general. Okay, because there are so many causes of kidney disease. Thank you very much. I've tried. I think I've tried.
So I think remaining your presentation, right? Okay.
later being edited. Yeah.
One, two, yeah. Hey. One, two. One, two, eight. Yeah. One, two.
PM. Testing, 1, 2. Testing. Testing, 1, 2. Testing, 1, 2. 2. 2. Testing, 1, 2. Testing, 1, 2. Testing, 1, 2, 2. Testing, 1, 2, 2. 2. Okay, yeah. Testing, 1, 2. Yeah, it's now working. Yeah, thank you. Hello. So, how is the brainstorming session going? Yeah. So, I think, can I take the workshop now? Can I? So, for one side note, please. If you're trying to, let me log out from this. If you're trying to register for this, first of all, you need to sign up. So you don't click here to sign up. If you click on the okay, I'm already in. So don't click on this. First of all, you need to sign up. So you just click on this and then oops, if this is what you get, just go back and click on this. Yeah, so this is the form you should get. So when you need to sign up, you should get this form, not the other one. The other one is when you want to submit. You would all register, but for submission, only one person would submit. Yeah. Aha. So we are now on to 0.58. For those of you that want to for those of you that want to get your 0.58 monthly. So let me just give an overview of it and then a workshop, then you continue building. So first of all, so building decentralized app quickly. And yeah, so scaffold A2, this is the template. But we'll come back to this. So let's zoom out. So this is the community that was giving out 0.5. That is, not was. Yeah, for me it was, but yeah. So this is the community where you get 0.58. If you need evidence, I still have my wallet and the proof of transaction every month, 0.58. This is, so let's go for that. This is Build Guild. So what do they do? Education, grants, and tooling. So this is where I am now. I'm on this guy here. So I'm on grant. But if you're joining for the first time, you'll be on education, and then maybe you build and earn your own, maybe 0.5, 0.2, 0.1 each. Now they made it a bit easier because you don't need to get up to 0.5 each. You can get 0.2, 0.1 each by building and contributing to Build Guild. Yep. So let's go. So education now. So this is speedrun Ethereum. The first thing you need to do for you to start earning your own is you need to come to this platform, speedrun Ethereum. This teach all what you'll be doing here is to complete these tasks. And these tasks are very easy. It educates you on the blockchain, how to write smart contract, how your smart contract interacts with the front end. So as you can see, the first challenge is simple NFT, decentralized staking app, token vendor, and you have others. So you just click on it. They are very simple tasks. The stats, as you go deep, it becomes harder. If you are able to complete this and submit it and get verified, then you would now move into the next stage. So let's just see. So this is dice game. You have build a dex. So it will teach you how smart contract works, how to build a smart contract with pure randomness, build a dex, and how you stake and all that. So this is the first challenge. As you can see, this is for the staking. The task you just need to do is very simple. So we'll come into this interface, and then you'll see how and why I say make use of scaffold it. Because all you need to do is to change the smart contract. The front end would respond to what is in your smart contract without having your front end. Then when you now want to ship to production, front end would now have to come and then do their magic. Yeah. So let's go further. So this is it. If you have completed the first 3 challenges, you would now get a profile. As you can see, the profile here is blank. It's showing role. But mine is, can I connect mine? Let me show you mine, which is, oops. I'm coming, just trying to. So let me just show you. Oops. Is that the right side? I guess I should just go to speed. So this is speedrun Ethereum. Yeah. So this is where I completed my own challenges. So let me connect my wallet. I think I've not completed all. Let's see. MetaMask. And, oops, sorry about that. Yep. So as you can see, mine is saying builder there. I'm already a builder. I think this should show Okay, accepted. As you can see, mine is showing accepted, accepted, accepted. Did I do this? Okay. Oh, I didn't do the last one. And this and this. Okay. I didn't submit it. Yep. So this is my profile. So this is as you can see, 3 years ago, that was when I did mine. That one was 2 years ago. I think I was taking a workshop, so I just did and submitted. But initially for me, as soon as you do the first 3, that was it. So yep, so while that is coming up, yes, so this is it. So as you can see, this is my builder's profile. So this is what I've been building. So this is it. So this is what I've been building. And as soon as I submit it, I get 0.58. Once I build, or I make a PR, I make contribution to scaffold it, because I also contributed to it, I got 0.58. As you can see, that was like 2-3 years ago. Yeah, but it's still open, because currently I still do get grants from them, which is this. So I use scaffold it for, there's no point. So you would see how simple it is to build using scaffold it. Like now you can ship an application to Vasel and send the link and we'll all use your application. That's how simple it can be. So this is just some of the project and yeah, this is it. Look at the transactions. So can you see that? This is a year ago, 10 months ago, a year ago, 0.4, 0.8. So it's 0.5. So, but when I split it, this is 0.3. Add this up. This is 0.5. So I get to withdraw it how I want. So as soon as I'm done with this, I get another 0.5. I get another 0.5. I get another 0.5. And so this is evidence. As you can see, this is evidence until somebody touched my wallet and took. So you can now see what I was trying to say. So add it up and just think, estimate how much should I spend, how much should I save, and then you would be able to know what the person took from me. That's wallet security vulnerability on my Windows. Yeah. So this is it. So as you can see, there's evidence now. So let's now explain. I think with this one now, they say, when no evidence, we'll explain. But so let's go back to the slide. So that was still there. No, if you have a job for me, I'm still open. No, don't say I have 0.58 and I can't work. So this is it. And if you want to learn more about it, their workshop and all that, there are also tutorial videos that you can take to further your understanding on scaffold it. So we are done with the educational part. The educational part, you just learn, you practice, you submit projects. Yes, and that is what we have. So this is the tooling. Developers in the house, if you now want to ship your billion-dollar application in 2 minutes or in 5 minutes, in the next 1 hour, this is your tool. So this is Scaffold It 2. This is a template, is a framework that uses both Hard Hat and Next.js. So for those of you that are into Web3 already, you know the headache of installing packages, Rainbow UI kits, you set up your front end with WAGMI, you do all those stuff, and you get to face some errors and all that. But with Scaffold It, it has been done for you. All you just need to do is to clone it, and all the configuration has been done. So this is it. We have templates. If you want a voting template, we have that. If you have that on Optimism for base and account abstraction. So this is the part. Hello, I hope we are following. We're about to start coding now. So this is it. First of all, you can either clone the GitHub repo from scaffoldit.io if you want to check that. Scaffoldit.io. You can either clone that or you just npx create -it at latest. Then you get that. I also have that here. So, so this is mine here. So I would also run the code too, so we can follow along. So this would actually prompt you with, okay, do you want to proceed? Yes. You hit enter, and it will do all its magic and clone that for you. So let's just give it some time, and yeah, while it runs, so this is, so this is it. You get an option to choose either between hard hat or foundry. So if you're good with hard hat, that's good. If you're good with foundry, you can also make use of it. And yes, so this is it. We are done building, cloning the application using NPX, which is what I also have here. So as you can see, I just need to give it a name now, which is, let's say, let's just call it run 2. So I can decide either hard hat or foundry. Whichever one you choose, it works fine. So let's go with foundry. And am I having network issues? Oh, I've not installed foundry on this system, so my bad. Let's do that again. So I don't have foundry on that, so I'll make use of hard hat. I think hard hat should work. Yep. So let's just call it run 3. So let's go with hard hat. And yes, so this would install hard hat, installed React and Next.js, configure the tool for you, so that as soon as you make a change on the back end, the front end would react to it. And yeah, that. I'm actually installing the package now. npx create it, which is this. This was the command. Is either you clone it or you run this command. Okay, foundry. Yes. No, if okay, you also need to install foundry. Yeah, you also need to install foundry. So I think that should be done if our network is good. Okay, we are almost done now. So let's go further. So, assuming we are done, first of all, you need to open 3 terminals. The first terminal is Yarn chain, which would start a local blockchain on your system, so that when you run Yarn deploy, you don't have to look for testnet all the time. It will just run a local blockchain on your system that you can easily deploy to. Then the second one, Yarn start. This would start your front-end application, which is your normal Next.js or React. And then you have Yarn deploy. So let's just look at it now, and then you see what I mean. So this is, yep, so I'm done. So all I just need to do is to cd into and cursor. So I said in the first terminal, you need to run what? Yarn chain, right? So let's do that, Yarn chain. So the first terminal, this would spin up a local blockchain. Nope. Yeah, so this is it. See, this is a local blockchain. Each wallet you see here, this is the private key. But please, don't send money to this or don't use this as your main wallet. I've added this wallet to MetaMask. People do send money to it, but there are bots that actually take it out. If you add this wallet to your MetaMask, you would see money in it, but as soon as it enters, a bot takes it out. And don't make use of it for your personal wallet. This is a public wallet. Almost everybody has access to this wallet. So it's just for testing purpose. Don't make use of it. So the second terminal, I said what? You just need to run yarn start. So these are the only steps you need to take. Then after this, you just code, and that's all. As soon as you're done. So this is it. Our application is now live, so we can now open the link. So we should have our application come up. And then the third, while that is coming up, the third one, oops, not that. The last terminal, which is what? Yarn deploy. Why we are actually running yarn deploy is because this template comes, oops. So this template comes with a default smart contract. So for you to deploy your smart contract, all you just need to do is to run yarn deploy. Whatever you change here, right, we would see the effect. Whatever you change here would reflect in the front end without you creating that front end. It would reflect there and update that effect. So why this tool is good is for those that, you know the way you make use of Remix, but this would give your front-end developer an idea of how the front-end would look like because you have an auto-generated front-end for you. So you can just build your smart contract. As a smart contract developer, you can also test it with the front-end. Then you can now bring in the front-end developer to work on it. So let's run yarn deploy. Okay, before that, let's see what we have. So this is it. This is the default template for scaffold 8. So this is how it looks. There's nothing fancy here. So, but where your mind should go to is this part, the debug contract. So that is where your contract is because you're actually debugging it. You're coding, you're building stuff. So as you can see, it says what? No contract, right? So let's just run this command and so this is the tool I kept using and all those applications I built and submitted to claim 0.5 it. It was scaffold it, so I never got tired of it. You're paying me 0.5 it. Who am I to get tired of running npx create? So as you can see, we have deployed the smart contract. Let's go back to the mini blockchain that we have. So as you can see, it has created a transaction. So this is like a local blockchain. We are running a local blockchain on our system. So when you deploy it, it gets deployed on the blockchain. So this is the transaction, as you can see. So this is the same thing that happens when you do something on the main blockchain. It creates transaction, but this time on different system at the same time. So let's go back to the front end and just by running yarn deploy, it created something for us to use. So we can now interact with this. You can now set greeting. You can now do whatever you want to do. As you can see, this says what? The greeting is what? Building unstoppable apps, right? So we can now update it to, let's say, good evening. So for every transaction, you need a gas fee, right? Good. So this is my wallet address. Some of you might ask, how did I get my wallet address connected to that and all that? First of all, on Scaffold, there's something we call Bona Wallet. It is a wallet or your local storage. It is not your main wallet. That is why we say whatever you're doing, have a wallet that you play around with and have a wallet that you don't use it to interact with any platform. So the wallet I have is the one that so this wallet I have here is the one that actually got hacked, but I still have it because I need my transaction history. So but I'll be making use of the Bona wallet here. As you can see, I'm connected, but I don't have money in it. Scaffold, it gives you free money, so you can get as much as you want. So all I just need to do is to click on this. As you can see, I have one it. So if I keep clicking on it, just watch. It would update. I have 4 it. So I can now interact with the application anyhow I want. This is a local blockchain. So you are not getting the testnet from anywhere because the blockchain is on your system. So the testnet is from you too. So that is what we have. So all I just need to do is to set greeting. Just watch. Did you see how it updated it? So that's the power of scaffold it. So as soon as you do anything on your back end, it would reflect in the front end. So just watch. We have just one read and one write. 2 write functions, right? So let's add one more. So what should that function be? Then you now see that by running yarn deploy, it will be added here, and you can now use it to interact with your application without having a front end. So this is your front end. Any backend developer would appreciate this because you just write your smart contract. You don't need to start writing test script, which you would still write, but you have a front end that you can interact with. And also, the front end developer can now look at this and have an idea that there should be an input field in the front end that is what? Set greeting. There should be a button for what? Sending that transaction to the blockchain. So it's as simple as that. So this is just the setup. It might look, it's a bit hectic, but as soon as you're done with the initial setup, every other thing you're doing is just coding, just to code. Now, for the smart contract developers, so this is a sample of the smart contract. So you can now create a function. So one cheat code, how many of us use AI here? How many of us use AI to code? To code, like you use it very well. How many of us? Just one person. You also use it. Okay, good. You also, that's good. So I think let's make use of Cursor and create something nice, right? So let me prompt this with. Let me see. What should we create? Which app? Which app? Which app? Let me add something. So who would give us an idea? We are building something now. So who would give us an idea? What should we build? Health record. Okay. Any other one? Someone say health record. Okay. Educational app that can verify documents. Any idea? Any idea? Which one? Just say. Okay, an app that can detect fake transaction. Whew, that's huge, oh. Escrow. Like middle bank. Okay. What if we create Piggyverse clone on the blockchain? Should we do that? Piggyverse. Yes. Okay, let's see how good I can prompt this AI. Please bear with me. Then maybe we can now assist.
So if the subsidy is within deployment, how do you do it?
On Vercel, we were two different. So hello. I think I'm back now. Sorry, my network I had network issues, but I was able to get the network back, and yeah, so this is the smart contract we got. So for Piggyverse, so if you notice, I was changing some things. Corso actually changed the name, and it was giving some errors. That is why using AI is good, but when it gives you error, you should be able to detect it. Yeah. So this was it. It actually changed the name here, which is this. So it's changed the name completely, and yeah. So this is the smart contract we got. Planned saving, fixed saving, goal saving, flex dollar. If you notice, I copied the Piggyverse URL and gave it to it. I think for Corso, they updated it. If you give it that URL, it will read the website and scrape it and know what the functions are. And that's how you make the AI like direct it towards what you want. So this is the smart contract we got, and we have the unregistered deposit, withdraw, plan created, which is what is on Piggyverse. So we have users to register, create savings plan, deposit, withdraw, calculate interest rates, get balance, and emergency withdrawal. On Piggyvest, they don't have emergency withdrawal. I've locked money on Piggyvest. See, no matter the amount of English you write to these people, send them screenshots that you're about to die. They won't break that money. If you place it for one year, they would never give you access to that money. No matter how you write, come to their headquarters in Lagos, they won't open it as long as you have locked it for 1 year. So this is the smart contract we got, and yeah. So initially I ran yarn deploy. I was getting some errors, which is this is the deployment script. So Cursor initially changed the name. So this first error, as you can see, where is that? Is it this? Okay, yes, this is it. Cannot find artifact your contract. So Cursor actually changed the name to Piggyvest. So, and in our deployment script, what we actually called it was this, your contract. So this was what I actually wanted to deploy, but Cursor actually changed the name. So I simply just place in your contract back, and we got another error, which was from here. So I'll explain the second error later. This was what was causing that error. We're trying to call the greeting function, and we have updated the contract. So the contract no longer has the greeting function. That was why you can see this error. As you can see, it says your contract.greeting is not a function. So we have updated the contract already. There's no greeting function, so I had to remove that. So, as you can see, we are now able to deploy the smart contract, and we can now see this. So this is our front-end application. So I can simply now interact with this as a Piggyvest application. So as you can see, we can calculate the user's interest, we can get the user's balance, we can create a savings plan, we can deposit, and we can also register. So to register, all I need to do is to click on the send button. I have registered. It's as simple as that. If you have your front end and your back end, doing this on its own is work, because you need to make use of WAGMI, interact with the back end, front end, and all that. But with this, you can now have a front end you can interact with. So Scaffold It is just a tool. It is not, you must not use it. All it does is the whole hustle of installing WAGMI, configuring WAGMI to work with your front end, Tailwind, and all that stuff. It has been done for you. So all you just need to do is to start coding. So whatever you change in the smart contract, as soon as you run yarn deploy, you have something to work with here. So now we can interact with this application and then work with it. Then for the front-end developers, if you now want to create your own front-end, which is what we'll be doing here. So this is where your main application would be. This is it. So with this now, you can now build your front-end application. So one good thing is that on Scaffold It, they added a bot. They have their own AI agent. So we can copy this smart contract and give it to the AI agent and tell it to build a front end for us. Then we would copy and paste it and we are done. So we can also use Cursor to do that. And then it would build the front end for us, like this Piggyvest front end. So should we do that? Let's. Okay. So, I'm back now. When you keep using AI to do things, so this is the application we have. So this is the landing page. I did not do this, so the AI. So this is the landing page. So if I'm to take this to Cursor and then tell it to add more features, it would do that. Then we can now, so front-end developers can now have your access. So this is it. So this is our savings. We have fixed savings, Go, Flex, Naira, and all that. So you can create a plan and then put in the amount you want to deposit and then the amount you want to withdraw. So we just kept it simple instead of having different pages. So this is the application we have. I'm having a little bit of, I think, minor errors. I didn't want to stay up here and fix it. It's because this documentation has been updated and then the AI keeps picking the previous one. But if I'm to give this, Claude AI is better than, so if I'm to give this to Claude AI, it would actually figure it out. So this is what we have, and yeah. So as you can see, the beauty of Scaffold 8, I did not set up anything. All I did was to write the smart contract and then front end and everything is working fine. So you can also, we'll be checking it. You make use of AI, we'll just, I'm just joking. Yeah, so, but that's what and how Scaffold it works. So if initially I was earning 0.5, right? I'll just push this to Vercel and then go and upload it and withdraw 0.5 it. So it's as, you don't need to build, I think now they made it that, okay, for cohort, we'll go into that too, because now currently, after completing the challenges on Scaffold 8, you get into another section called cohort. There's cohort 1, cohort 2. I think now they're on cohort 3 or 4. Yeah. Cohort 11 or 12. So as soon as you join that, that is a group project. So there will be a dedicated amount. If you build and you push, you will give the reason why you are withdrawing certain amount. If you want to empty it, if your reason for withdrawing everything is good, you would be allowed to do that. But if not, so this is just what Scaffold 8 can do and how you can make use of it to build your application. So if we now want to ship this to Vercel, it's very easy. I can ship this to Vercel now and share the link to everybody. All we just need to do is to add this here. So we just yarn. So yarn Vercel. This would deploy the application to Vercel and I can share the link to everyone here. So we just need, I think TypeScript. Vercel would actually deny all these things. But how do I ignore type error on Next.js? I think our time is up.
You send that stuff. You never send it.
No. I'll send. Okay, yeah. I just want to deploy the application. Yeah. So you said TS what? TS ignore. Okay, at TS ignore. Like this, right? Okay. Let's put that so that we don't have. So this is the configuration. So this is my Vercel. I'm already logged into my Vercel account. So I can just select this and then link to an existing project. No. The name of the project, we called it Piggyverse clone. So let me just put back my run 3. Location, yes. And want to modify these settings? No. I don't want to modify it. So this would deploy the application to Vercel. But there's something we did not do. We did not deploy our smart contract to any blockchain. So all what you have now is just the front end. For deploying your smart contract to the blockchain, it's the same thing. You just need to yarn deploy dash dash network. Yes. So we are deploying our application to Vercel now. I just hope this does not break. So this is our application. It's actually being built. Let's wait for it. Yep. It's just for you to deploy. You want to make an announcement?
Yeah, the doctor's about to talk.
Okay.
So you can still leave it in the background.
Yes.
You've got a presentation?
Yes, I have the slide.
Yeah, doctor.
This one. The one on hypertension?
Yeah.
Yes.
Switching. Okay. What's the time? Okay. Good afternoon, everyone. So we've got a special talk from Dr. Henry. And as you know from looking at the social development goals, one of them, SDG 3, is about good health and well-being. So this presentation might inspire a very interesting project, but it's also very important for your health, your general health, especially when it comes to the knowledge of blood pressure. So I would highly recommend you pay attention to this important talk. Thank you.
So, I can do it. Thank you. Good afternoon, everyone. I'm Dr. Henry Mbaso. I'll be giving a short talk on some common health conditions we tend to deal with in Nigeria, specifically with a focus on high blood pressure, hypertension, right? Okay. So I'll start with a quick question. Can anyone tell me who the person on the screen is? Can anyone identify the man on the screen? Anyone, maybe with a lot of current affairs, or who knows the person? Who can tell who the person on stage is, on the screen is? There might be a prize attached. Or we can't see it very well. This is the only picture I have. All right, so I think I have your attention. Me too, I don't know. So I got him a picture online. So we'll be talking about blood pressure control. Like I've already said, I'm Dr. Henry. So this is like a statement that just helps you to know gives you an idea of what we're talking about. Basically, healthy habits today lead to a healthy heart tomorrow. So what exactly is hypertension? So essentially, the blood vessels in your body that take blood to the different organs in your body, they act like pipes, right? Like typical pipes, carrying water to different parts of your house. So that's how the blood vessels are like. So when there's too much pressure in these blood vessels, similar to what will happen in a pipe with too much pressure, it can burst, you can have different kinds of complications. So that gives you an idea of what is really happening in hypertension, right? So these are more technical stuff. So you have two different kinds of hypertension, either essential or secondary. The primary or essential is when there's no known cause, while the secondary usually has a specific underlying cause, right? However, most individuals, about 90% of people with hypertension have essential hypertension, which is primary hypertension. So almost everyone you know that has hypertension. I'm sure most of us here know someone with hypertension. If not, someone among us has hypertension. So it's very, very common. About 1 in 3 people have hypertension. So if you look at your left-hand side and your right-hand side, and they both don't have hypertension, it's probably you that has hypertension. So 1 in 3 people have hypertension. And less than 50% of people who have hypertension know they have it. So most people who have hypertension don't even know. So this is like a diagram to show you what exactly is going on. Like normally with a usual pipe, the blood just flows across. However, in hypertension, you have so much pressure pushing against the walls of the vessels, right? Same with here. Excess pressure pushes against the walls of the vessel, and then you can have bursts, you can have leaks, various issues, and I'll go on to the complications as we go further, right? So I'm sure we've all seen this fig that we used to check the blood pressure. When the numbers are above 140, 90, we're beginning to have a problem already, right? So what are the things that could predispose a person to having hypertension, or the common risk factors? So the ones that cannot be controlled by a person, the ones you can't control, are these: a positive family history a first degree relative, a parent, uncle, someone who is very close relatively that has hypertension is likely the person following them is going to have hypertension as well. Race, most commonly the black race, both Africans Americans are more commonly known to have hypertension. Advanced age, from 60 and above, the prevalence increases to about almost 75% of people in those age ranges have hypertension. Now, what are things we can actually control? On the right side, being overweight or obese, this is the greatest modifiable risk factor. That is the one that contributes the most to hypertension is being overweight or obese, which can be measured with what metric can be used to measure whether someone is overweight. Okay. Size. Yes, but there's a Catalan name is called. Yeah? No. The metric that is used to know when someone is overweight or obese or underweight, it has a name. Close. The BMI. What's heard of the BMI before? Exactly, body mass index. Who knows what the BMI is? Yeah, so what makes up the BMI? Okay. So it's basically the weight in kilograms divided by the person's height in meters square. That's how you get the BMI, right? So the weight in kilograms over the height in meters square. So depending on where the person falls in that kilogram per meter square rating, you can decide if a person is underweight. If it's below 18.5, person is underweight. Between 18.5 and 24.9, the person is normal, within the normal weights, yes. Above 25, overweight. Above 30, obese. Then you keep going like that. So the BMI is important for that purpose. Uncontrolled diabetes also is another common cause. Smoking is another common cause of risk factor for hypertension. And not hypertension, almost every cancer you can think of, smoking is the cause of it. So would not recommend. Excessive alcohol intake is another common predisposing factor for hypertension. So the WHO tends to recommend that men should take less than 1 drink a day, and women should take men should take less than 2 drinks a day, and women should take less than 1 drink a day, because men and women have different tolerances for alcohol. Diet high in sodium and low in potassium. So potassium, you tend to find potassium more in fruits, while sodium is more in what? You tend to have much sodium in what in our diets? Salt, right? Sodium chloride salt. So when you have diet that's rich in salt, you tend to have hypertension. Physical inactivity. You go to work, sit down all day, you don't jog around, you don't walk, you don't even walk to the dispenser to get water, someone gets it for you. That is physical inactivity, not good for you. Psychological stress is another important one. I understand we have a psychologist among us that could talk more about dealing with stress, but the way Nigeria is now, I'm sure we all know that, things are happening. So most people are actually stressed. So how do you diagnose hypertension? So basically you use a machine called this sphygmomanometer, okay? I would call someone to spell it, but I don't know if someone's take the risk of trying to spell sphygmomanometer. Sphygmomanometer. You want to try? So, sphygmomanometer. Sphygmomanometer. So that's the device used to measure blood pressure. That's what it's called. Everyone just says sphig. But that's the full name, sphygmomanometer. SPHYMANOMETER. So when you use it, I'll go on later on to tell you how to use it and the proper way of using it to get BP. But what to note is just that you can't say someone's hypertensive from one BP check in one sitting in one day. It has to be on at least 2 occasions, on at least 2 separate visits or 2 separate days to tell that someone is hypertensive definitively. Okay? So these are categories I mentioned earlier. In a healthy person, the BP should be below systolic, that's the higher number, below 120, below 80. From 120 to 129 is already getting elevated, but it's not quite hypertensive. Stage 1 hypertension is above 130 and 80. However, if you are going by the, so there are different schools of thought on this. The JNC, Joint National Committee, tends to believe that BP is above 140 and 90 is where hypertension should start, which is actually more representative of more parts of the world, while the ACA, which is the American College of Cardiologists, tends to go with this 130, 80. But the US like to overdo, so they tend to have a higher standard when it comes to BP control. And when someone has a BP of 180, 120, it's called hypertensive crisis. The person is in immediate danger of a stroke, a heart attack, and many other complications. So at this point, 180, 120, the first thing you should be doing is starting the car and carrying the person. Don't ask the person, can we go to the hospital? Just carry the person like that, put in the car to the hospital. 180, 120, that's the danger zone for BP. You should never go that high. So now, what are the symptoms of someone who has hypertension? What do you see when someone has a high BP? Usually, you have no symptoms. That's why some people might be disguising among us with high BP and will not even know. So, complications of end organ damage are, when you have complications of end organ damage, that's like the brain, the eyes, the kidneys, when those organs begin to have problems is when you start to see the symptoms, right? Or when there's a sudden increase in blood pressure, that's when symptoms start to show. What are some of these symptoms? Headaches, or usually in the early morning or upon waking up. Most times, headache tends to happen at the back of the head. That's the most common site of these hypertension-related headaches. Dizziness, blurred vision, tinnitus. Who knows what tinnitus is? Tinnitus. Who knows what that is? Exactly. So when you have an auditory stimulus, but there is no actual sound. So there's no sound, but you can hear like a ringing. Have they slapped you before that you'll be hearing, that's tinnitus. Although usually that is temporary, but sometimes the slap can make it permanent. So nosebleeds as well, another common symptom. When the blood vessels in the nose are damaged due to high blood pressure, the patient can have nosebleeds. Chest discomfort, that's a very ominous sign too. That's telling you that there might be a heart attack on the horizon. So when someone starts to have chest pain, complaints of pain in the jaw, pain in the left arm, left side of the chest, that might be a sign of a heart attack that is about to start, like minutes away. So nervousness as well, fatigue, poor sleep are also signs of high blood pressure. So because hypertension is often asymptomatic, because most times you have no symptoms, regular screening is very, very important to prevent end organ damage, right? So to prevent all those things that we've talked about, a person needs to check their BP every day, which is why it's very important for most, at least from the age of 50, 40, 50, each person should own their own SFIG. That's the device, the machine, exactly. People should own their own and check regularly in their house, right? So how do you check it? What's the correct way of checking the blood pressure? So this is just a short version. During the check, you should not be talking. The arm should be at chest height. So the arm that you're actually checking should be at level of the heart. The cuff should be against bare skin. You can see this man has been very good to roll up his sleeves. His back is supported, and then your feet should be flat on the ground, not hanging, on the high seats. So this is more detailed. The 30 minutes before the blood pressure check, no caffeine, no smoking, no exercise, okay? Any form of exercise. At least 30 minutes after a meal before you do that. If you're on blood pressure medications, you should check the BP before taking the medications, because some of the medications act very quickly. So you get a false reading because the drugs are already functioning. Empty your bladder beforehand, because holding in urine can cause a response that causes a higher blood pressure. And find a quiet space you can sit without distraction. Don't sit down in front of the news where they are saying there's plane crash, or where they are saying dollars falling again, dollars rising again. So you want to sit down away from all those news. How do you position yourself? The cuff should be on the bare arm. Cuff should be on the heart level, like I've already said. Arms should be supported, not hanging in the air. Legs uncrossed, flat on the ground, back supported. Then while measuring, should chill for at least 5 minutes before starting the measurements. You should be seated already for 5 minutes. Take at least 2 measurements, twice daily for 7 days. Or actually, you should just take it twice daily for as long as you intend to measure, right? And then, very important, record your measurements, okay? So these are mostly advice for us as well when we get a little older, but also for our parents as well, okay? Let them write down the BP readings that they've been getting, because it's very important to know, when you want to manage a patient with hypertension, it really, really gives you a very good picture when you know what BP has been for a while before they actually came. Really helps a lot. So, what can we do? What are the steps that can be taken to control this risk of high blood pressure? Weight loss. This is the most effective measure, right? You have approximately a reduction of 1 mmHg per kg reduction in weight, right? Another important one is what's called the DASH diet. DASH is an acronym that stands for dietary approaches to stop hypertension, right? And this recommends more fruits, more vegetables and fiber, less salt intake. That means, and which less salt intake refers to at least less than 3/4 of a teaspoon of salt per day, right? This 1.5 milligram per gram, nobody's going to measure it, so that's just for educational purposes. Decrease alcohol intake is also important. Exercise is very important as well. Mostly aerobic exercise, right? That's like running, jogging, any aerobic exercise, anything that gets your heart pumping, right? Is aerobic exercise. Dynamic resistance training, so that's like bench presses, push-ups. Those are also very important. I'm sure some of us might have heard that those things don't help with the heart health. False. They are very important as well. So when you want to exercise, you want to aim to get at least between 90 and 150 minutes of exercise per week. Okay, that's usually the goal. That's between 2 and 3 hours every week. You can see it's not that much. Between 2 and 3 hours. That's about 30 minutes per day. It's not a lot. Person has to stop smoking, control stress, right? Try to control the stress. We know things are happening, but we can always handle stress better. You want to see your doctor also for personalized treatments and comorbidity management. This just refers to other things the person might have been detected and treated along. So this is more on the DASH diet, right? The grains, about 6 to 8 servings per day of grains, 4 to 5 of fruits per day, low-fat dairy, 2 to 3 servings per day. So I'll show you what a serving means, 1 serving. So an example of a serving is, this is the same thing on the DASH diet. So a serving is 1 slice of whole grain bread, right? So let me give you an example of how we've been damaging ourselves in Nigeria, for example. We recommend 6 servings of whole grains in a day. That is about 6 slices of bread, right, in a day. How many of us will buy bread and just consume the whole loaf in one sitting like that? So I'm among, so it's not very good, right? So we should take maximum of 6 to 8 servings, and this is even for whole grain bread, not the kind of white bread you tend to buy. Exactly. So all these are 1 serving each of all these things, right? 1 serving. So we can just use this as a kind of reference point when looking at the amount of servings of each of these things we should get. So if you check out the fruits, 4 servings of fruits per day, this is what, about 4 apples. So it's actually kind of expensive to actually do this in Nigeria, but these are the recommendations, and they are scientifically proven to work. So what are the things that could happen if we do not follow this advice? Okay, what are things that could actually happen? Stroke, cognitive decline, you will not know book again, heart failure, kidney disease or failure, sexual dysfunction, particularly in males, vision loss, blindness, heart attacks, pregnancy-related complications. Is very serious in blood pressure because women who have blood pressure, who have high blood pressure before pregnancy, have a very high chance of having hypertension in pregnancy, and it comes with a whole host of problems. Peripheral artery disease, which is when there's difficulty in blood flowing to different organs. Okay? So, that's the end of my presentation on blood pressure control. If anyone has any questions for me on any of these, I'm open to hear them. Thank you very much. So any questions?
Thank you for your presentation. So how does stroke, what's the relationship between stroke and hypertension?
All right, so I don't know if we all heard the question. The question was, how does stroke connect with hypertension, right? So essentially, there are two kinds of stroke, okay? Stroke basically is caused by when the brain doesn't get enough blood. That's what causes a stroke. So what can make the brain to not have enough blood are two things. One, you don't have enough blood getting to the brain in the first place. The second is when you have a burst in an artery supplying blood to the brain. It's almost like you have a pipe supplying a particular place now. One, if the pipe gets blocked, obviously you can't have water flowing to the place. Second one is if the pipe should burst, the water is pouring away, but it's not getting to the place because it's pouring in the wrong place. So that's the kind of stroke that tends to happen in hypertension. It's called a hemorrhagic stroke. The person will be hemorrhaging, blood is pouring into the brain area, like into the region of the brain, but not getting to the brain. So that's what tends to happen. When someone has high blood pressure, not controlled, it commonly happens in this, and I mentioned when a person could have hypertensive crisis. When the BP is above 180, 120. It is one of the common things that could happen then. Okay? Yeah. Hope answer the question. No. When you have hypertension, you're likely to have stroke. Yes. So any other questions? Okay.
You mentioned about the symptoms. Say it doesn't have any symptom. Okay. Okay, I want to know if having damage means it has gone, yes. So in that point of not having any symptoms that is still mild, can it be related to a blackout? Like somebody can just collapse. Maybe you just get up from the seat and you're out.
So he asked whether, I don't know if we all heard this question, whether a person could have blackouts with hypertension or just pass out. Yes, it's possible. So when someone is even connected to the question that I was asked before, when someone has a stroke, strokes present in different ways. One of the ways is what was mentioned when, what most people would have seen, which is when half the person's body is paralyzed and all that. That's what most people think of as a stroke. But that's not the only way stroke can present. A stroke can present in many ways. Some people have a stroke and they just cannot speak anymore. They're looking at you normally, every other thing, but they can't speak. Some people just pass out when they have a stroke. So one thing that could happen is what I just mentioned. It's called a TIA, okay? A transient ischemic attack. So when that happens, the person passes out, but can wake up within, the person wakes up within 24 hours, it's called a TIA. Okay, that could happen with hypertension as well. It's possible. Yeah, it could happen. Any other questions related to, any question at all, healthcare related?
So without test or medical checkup, like what are the signs? Like when you see, how do you detect that this thing?
So, like I said, usually there are no symptoms. That's why it's so important to check, right? But when someone is having headaches, is not sleeping well, is commonly fatigued, nervous, might be having nosebleeds, might be, all those signs, all those symptoms I mentioned eventually, chest pain, those signs are signs of hypertension as well. Those are signs that hypertension is already getting serious or beginning to cause serious problems, right? So it's possible to start having those symptoms. But usually, most people that have hypertension have no symptoms at all until when they get to that point of hypertensive crisis that it's very, very bad already. Yeah. Any more questions? You have questions? Should I ask? Have any questions? Okay.
Okay, so just for everyone to learn, you mentioned about how to properly check their blood pressure. Do you think it's something that someone can do themselves, or should they go to a pharmacy first? What do you recommend to everyone?
So I would recommend that each person should actually learn how to do it on their own. Because it's not every time that you might have the convenience of having someone with you to check. Many people live alone, even elderly people, some of them live alone. So it's very good to actually know how to do it on your own. If someone helps, it can be easier to put on the cuff and all that, but it's best to learn how to do it on one's own. And then to record it and, have a journal, have a BP journal, basically. Yeah, really helps.
Do you think it's possible to like completely or effectively manage and eradicate blood pressure without it being high every time?
Yes, it's possible. In fact, most people feel like I've even had patients that worry about using BP drugs. Sometimes someone comes in with a very high blood pressure. I tell them about these diets and exercise and all that. And then usually, at the particular level of blood pressure, you have to put them on drugs. Even if they'll be doing every other thing, but you have to start with drugs. There's this fear that these drugs are for life. There's no point they will stop the drugs, which is just not true. It's not true. When the BP reaches a particular level with the weight control, exercise, and all that, usually once you get to the particular level, usually below 130/80 or 140/90 in someone who has no other symptoms. If it gets to 130/80 in people who have other conditions even, you can stop the drugs and just continue the lifestyle modifications. And that's one, then it's controlled. But of course, the only way to know that it's controlled is if the person keeps on checking regularly. You understand? Yeah. But people can actually go from having high blood pressure to having normal blood pressures. I've seen it happen, different people, yeah. Okay.
Okay. You mentioned about hemorrhagic stroke and another one, right? Yeah. So, stroke too might also be prevented when you actually take less of pain relievers, or they are called NASDAQ, NSAID. Yeah, so anti-inflammatory drugs. So when you take anti-inflammatory drugs less, because what anti-inflammatory drugs do is that it kind of make your blood very thin. So it makes you, like, your blood can actually pump faster. So whereby, as he said, your blood pressure can increase, hemorrhagic stroke, and sometimes your artery can also rupture when there's too much blood pressure. That could also cause stroke too.
Yeah, thank you. Okay.
So just a quick one. So usually, people tend to focus more on the systolic, right? But what happens when the diastolic is the number that keeps going? Yes. Right? So what happened and how do you fix that?
So very good question, right? His question was about what if a person has an isolated diastolic high blood pressure. So these values do not refer to if both of them are high. Either of them above the normal is enough reason to become concerned, right? But when you have a diastolic blood pressure alone, it can point to different other conditions. You understand? There are arrhythmias that can cause it. There are heart conditions that can cause it, both congenital and acquired. So there are various things that could cause an isolated diastolic blood pressure, high blood pressure. Even those that have, there's a condition called coarctation of the aorta, which happens to babies usually. It's usually from birth. That can cause a high diastolic blood pressure. So these are some things that you need to see your specialist about, and they can manage accordingly. Yeah. Any other questions? or contributions.
Is there a medical solution for stroke? Like some. Yes, yes. Like somebody that has like, I know somebody that has like partial stroke and is looking as if there's no solution. So I've been wondering, is there a solution? Yes, half the body. Yes. It's been like 2 weeks.
Okay, so the question was about a stroke, whether whether there's a medical solution for stroke. So, like I said, there are two kinds of strokes: ischemic or hemorrhagic, right? For a stroke, so one thing you need to know about the brain is the way the brain works. So, when the brain does not get blood for an amount of time, usually about 5 minutes, the damage done to the cells there is usually irreversible, right? So, and the way these strokes work is when the blood going to one part of the brain is blocked or the artery bursts and there's no supply to that part, the action needs to be quick. So if the intervention was done quickly, so those initial stages of care for that patient matter the most, right? At this point now, what can be done for someone that has a partial stroke or hemiplegic stroke is limited. That initial care, what happened when the person got to the emergency room, did they diagnose the right kind of stroke? They treat it well, you understand? Those things the person did, the hospital did, are what determines the outcome at this point. And it's not like now that so much changes can be made at this point, usually. Those initial care are what really matters. Yeah. Usually they have to, but the thing is, I've seen, so patients recover differently. I've seen people, so it depends on the extent of the stroke, the particular point. So when you see the CT scan, you see the particular part of the brain that was affected. People have affectation to different degrees in strokes, okay? So I've seen people that had hemiplegia for maybe like some days, but recovered to the point where they could walk again. But maybe they didn't have full strength in all the limbs, but they recovered to a point where you might not even know. They didn't tell you that they had a stroke. So it happens. The extent, yes, which part, the degree, yeah. Those things matter. This year, for sure.
So you've been talking about high blood pressure. What causes low blood pressure? Because I think that's also something that is also dangerous.
So the question was about low blood pressure and what could cause low blood pressure. So low blood pressure is not a very common thing that you see, but it could happen, right? It could happen. Different things can cause low blood pressure. So when you see someone with low blood pressure, the first thing that will come to your mind is, let's say this person is bleeding, right? Because with low blood, if a low blood volume, there'll be low blood pressure. I think that's logical. If you think about it, like when you have the same pipe concept, when you have much water in the same pipe, there'll be more pressure in that pipe, right? But there's less water in that same pipe, there'll be less pressure on the walls of the pipe. I don't know if you get the concept. That's just the concept. So if someone is bleeding, the person will have a lower blood pressure. However, there are conditions that cause a low blood pressure. So there are different hormones in your body that regulate the BP. When there are high levels of them, I don't want to go too technical, but when you have high levels of those hormones like aldosterone, cortisol, when you have high levels of those hormones, you have a high blood pressure. When you have the inverse, you can have a low blood pressure. Yes, when they are not functioning the way they should function, you can have a low blood pressure, right? Also, some people can have a condition called, what do you call it now? The condition is skipping my brain, but it causes excessive urination or loss of water, essentially, excessive diuresis. When that happens, some person could also have a low blood pressure because they're losing so much water and they're not taking in enough water. So that could also happen. There are different causes of low blood pressure, actually. So when someone has a low blood pressure consistently, it's up to they have to see their doctor, obviously, their specialist, to review them properly, investigate them properly, blood tests, CTs, because some brain tumors can cause these conditions that can cause a low blood pressure. Various things can cause it, okay? So they have to be thoroughly examined and investigated. What does matter is the doctor having a high index of suspicion to know, okay, this thing could cause it, this thing could cause it, let's rule out all these things. That's just what it takes. Yeah. Okay.
Okay, so the question I want to ask is a psychological question, right? But it's still based on, you know, something that happened, real life situation. So a friend of mine, right, he passed out, like, how do I explain this now? Okay, so a friend passed out during an asthmatic attack. And so she started to experience panic attack. And so because of the panic attack, yes, during an asthmatic attack. So the other friend had a panic attack. And so days after that, right? So I happened to be like in the medical team, right? Where this happened. So days after that, this girl that passed out, that's the panic attack girl. Do you understand what I'm saying? So the girl that had the panic attack started to have seizures. Like serious seizures. Like they're atypical, right? And not epileptic, if you understand what I mean. And when we took her to the hospital, it was in Port Harcourt. So the situation was serious that they were transferring her from hospital to hospital. They said it was resulting to stroke. I don't know how it happened. But what role does psychology play in blood pressure? Does it always have to be food, diet, all these things? Can it be a psychological issue, right?
So the point you made is very important actually. So, and I mentioned it actually, stress, right? Because stress is actually a very important factor. You mentioned the person had a panic attack, right? Which indicates that the person might not have had proper stress management. It's possible, though different things can cause panic attacks. Some people have agoraphobia, different forms of things that could cause panic attacks. So the role of psychology is very important actually. A psychologist that assesses a person, knows what they are going through, tries to advise them, tells them the steps to take in stress management is very, very important. As much as the other things I've said as well, right? In stress, it's not only in the head. When the person has high stress levels, a hormone called cortisol, the stress hormone, is released. In very high levels, it acts like a different hormone, aldosterone. What that hormone does is that it helps to pack salts from the urine. It helps to help the body keep salts, and that does what? It pulls water, increases the amount of blood, and thus shoots up the blood volume, and also the blood pressure. So it's like when someone has high stress, it directly translates into the high blood pressure, which could also cause some of the things you've mentioned. The friend might not have had a stroke, but because the things that could cause a seizure are so many. So many things can cause seizures, and the person can have their first seizure at any point in time, right? So it could be a whole number of things. So you have to ask many more questions, yes, to know what could have caused that seizure. Yeah. So I think we've come to the end of this section. Thank you very much for your audience.
Thank you so much. So please, one more time, please, let's put our hands together. So we have all asked. So should I ask us some question? So how is the development process going? I think Team A had finished. They want to present. Team A, I heard that this team. Okay, this was the team that said they want to present. Yeah. So, how is it going? You're not building? So, let's keep building.
Okay, now she's next.
Okay. So, she's the one with the
Other one.
So, ladies and gentlemen, we're about to go into the next section, which is, everything must not be about code. You need to be what? They say health is what? Wealth is health, or is health? Yeah, health is wealth. So, Our next speaker will be taking us through our mental health in the tech world. Yeah, so give it up for, please join me as I welcome our next speaker. Please, let's put our hands together, please.
Thank you. Okay, good afternoon, everyone. Good afternoon, everyone. Okay, I know we are all busy, and I want you to use 1 year to listen to what I'm saying. Just one. And I'll be saying a lot of things. I want you to pick out 1 or 2 things that you resonate with and take it home. Think about it and make a decision because it's actually very important. What I'm talking about is not a popular conversation. Not everybody gets opened to talk about mental health, psychology. Nobody really wants to, it's more or less, you get this indifferent feeling when somebody starts to talk about their emotions. If you agree with me, say aye. If you agree with me, say aye. If you do not agree with me, say nay. You don't agree with me, say nay. So you agree with me, say aye. Okay. So I'll be talking about mental health in the tech world. How do you strive as a tech developer? How do you strive as an individual that thinks about everything? You have to be creative. You have to have this 100% attention. How do you think about working from home? You don't really have time for your friends. If you work remotely, please raise up your hand. If you are always at home, raise up your hand. Okay, just 2 people. You are always at home. Always at home. Wow. If you are always at home, please raise up your hand. Okay, nice. So if you go to work 2-3 times in a week, raise up your hand. Okay. So if you go to work every day, raise up your hand. I don't understand. I thought you said you're always at home. Nice. Okay, so this is actually very important, and I would plead your indulgence. Please just try as much as possible to listen because, like I said, mental health conversation is not a popular thing, but trust me, it's extremely important because the last pandemic we had was COVID-19. According to the World Health Organization, the next pandemic we'll be having is most likely going to be a mental health one. So please, I'm very sure you have seen signs around. Maybe you don't want to talk about it, which is fine, but I try as much as possible to talk to everybody I meet, ensuring that they prioritize their mental health. I work with tech people as well, so I know to a large extent how the nature of your jobs, I know how it can actually affect your mental health. So like I said, kindly indulge me. Let's go through this together. This is going to be interactive, so please permit me if I come to your table. I know you are working on your laptop. I can just randomly come to your table to just ask a few questions or 1 question. Thank you. Okay. So while he gets the slides ready, who knows what mental health is? Mental health. When you hear mental health, what comes to your mind? Mental health. When you hear mental health, what comes to your mind? What do you think it is? What did you say? Madness. That's valid. Yeah, I like that. That's your response, yeah? Any other person? When you hear mental health, what? Psychological behavior. Valid. Nice. Who else? Who wants to try? Any other person? Mental health. What comes to your mind? What comes to your mind? Mental health. When you hear mental health, what comes to your mind? Sorry? Yes. Crazy, okay. Madness, okay. I'm hearing a lot of people say crazy madness, crazy madness. What? Colo mental, that one self day. Okay. So the response is actually very valid. That's very valid. But mental health is an integral part of your well-being. You know, people prioritize their physical health. When you have a broken leg, for example, you won't be able to code anything because of the pain that you feel. Even if your leg is hung on somewhere or something, you will still not feel comfortable to walk. You might still try, but you will not still feel comfortable to walk. And if you're the kind of person that goes to work every day, and you wake up one morning feeling this very sharp pain, maybe in your ankle, for example, before you go to work, you think about it very well. If you are the kind of person that you can talk to your HR that won't be able to come to work, I know that doesn't really work in Nigeria, but if you can, you would actually tell your HR that I have this stomach upset, I'm unable to come to work, or my head is doing me somehow, or I woke up with this pain. You know, all of these things are very valid because people can see it. But when it comes to your emotions, nobody wants to know if you woke up at the wrong side of the bed, or before you slept the previous night, you just had this intrusive negative thoughts. Like you just found yourself comparing yourself to every other person on the internet. Oh, we are doing the same thing. Why has he achieved this? Why am I stuck? All of these things happen whether you want to talk about it or you don't want to talk about it. The danger is the more you bottle it up, the more you keep it to yourself, the more dangerous it becomes. These are the things that breed imposter syndrome. It reduces your self-esteem. Even if you are with your guys, you are talking, you are laughing, everything is fine. But when you go back to your house, you're on your bed or your chair or something, that thought it can't just go anywhere. So this aspect of your life is regarded as your mental health. Your mental health comprises of your emotional well-being, your social well-being, your psychological well-being, your cognitive well-being. You see, as you're doing what you are doing and partially listening to me, you're making use of your brain. The way I'm talking to you, I'm making use of my brain. There is nothing you're doing that you don't use your brain for. There is nothing that you're doing that you don't use your brain for. So if you do not prioritize, I'm resting, okay, I'm going to physically rest by sleeping. But how do I rest my brain as well? How do I prioritize my emotions? How do I take care of my emotions? So that's what we are going to talk about today. So yeah, the tech industry is a fast-paced and demanding. It is very fast-paced because everybody is talking about tech now. People are wanting to go into tech because the money is there. They want to learn one tech skill. Oh, when somebody tells you that I made 2 million naira in 2 days because I'm doing one tech, even if it is hard, you will still want to be interested because the money is very enticing. The money is enticing. Don't lie to yourself. You will still want to. I've met somebody that stays in his house Monday to Friday and he makes more than 2 million naira every week. He's a tech bro. But that comes with a disadvantage. If you do not prioritize yourself, see, all of these things, even with the money you're getting, it comes with a disadvantage. So as a tech person, as a developer, as a professional in the tech world, prioritizing your mental health is pivotal. It is as just saying you want to prioritize your physical health. You go to the doctor and the doctor tells you, what I'm looking at right now, if you don't work on it, this is something that can lead to high blood pressure. I've seen 30 years. In the course of my career, I've been a psychologist and speaker for like 5 years. So I've met 30-year-old men fall down and tell them that it was my guy that even carried me. I don't even know why I fell down. This is a very healthy-looking young man. But he's just falling down. He doesn't even know why. So prioritizing your mental health is very, very important. Like I said, emotional well-being, psychological resilience, social functioning. You see, the person I cited earlier, most of the things I would say will be based from clinical experience. If as a tech person, you're always in your house, you don't have like a social life, it affects you. There is something wrong with your social life, quote unquote. There is something wrong with your social life. So balancing your work and your personal life as well, balancing it together will definitely make a difference. It's not just by saying you want to sleep or you want to eat. No, when you are intentional about all of these things that you want to do, it is one step to getting better. It's not magical. I'm not a magician. but it is one step to getting better because, like I said, your mental health is equally as important as your physical health. You do not have to wait till your leg is broken or something is wrong with your hand or you have this persistent backache before you start to run around and say there's something wrong with me. No. If you are thinking too much about one particular thing, and when you think about it, it gets you either agitated or you are just irritated, like anybody that comes to you, you will just lash out. You don't even know where it is coming from. That's a sign. We'll get to that. So now, I'm going to move around now to ask questions. So please, I'm giving you a heads up so you prepare. Common stressors in the tech industry. I know these are very common because, like I said, I've worked with a few tech people in the course of my career, so I know to a large extent what I'm talking about. So the first one here is workload and long hours. Workload and long hours. So you said you work every day from home, right? So looking at workload and long hours, there are characteristics there. Frequent deadlines, late nights, debugging sessions, and that pressure to deliver results. Which of them do you think you resonate with?
Well, late night debugging sessions.
Does that mean you don't sleep? Hardly. Please pay attention. He hardly sleeps. That's one. The second one here is the physical neglect. Those of you that work at home, you sit in on a particular chair for a very long time, right? I know there's a specific chair that you are to use or something, because I can remember a client of mine telling me he has to buy a chair. And when he was talking about, we're working on budgeting, he said the chair is about 1.2 million. And I'm like, chair? He said yes, because the chair is going to help him massage his back because of the nature of his work. He works from home Monday to Friday. That is his business. That is his work. He works for himself. He's a tech person. I've forgotten the name of that chair now, but that is what he uses. So when you sit for too long, it affects you. The effect is not immediate. Let me tell you something. It's not immediate. These are the things that compounds adverse effects that would eventually come out in the future. Have you noticed people walking like this? It's not like they have any problem, but they are walking and their neck is bent or something. Have you noticed that posture before? When you notice such, right, and this did not just, it's not like the person was born that way. This is something that you grow into. The more you do something, the more it becomes a habit for you, and eventually to just become a lifestyle. So physical neglect, when you do not take care of your your body physically, we will get to the part where you have to actually create, we're going to use the, what's it called, Pomodoro technique, but one step at a time. There is also the fatigue. Please, when you are tired, how do you feel? When you are tired, how do you feel?
I feel tired. I'm tired. I feel tired.
Okay, so what are the emotions? What are the things that you do or say when you're tired?
Well, if I'm tired, I feel most times it's the emotion that comes is hunger. Just like eating and maybe what else? I'm trying to picture it. Okay, when I'm tired, I feel like sleeping. Yeah, I feel like relaxing, maybe watching something. Just can show me.
Thank you very much. So he said when he's tired, he just wants to sleep. He feels like sleeping, which is very good. But the question I'm going to throw to everybody, now we are emphasizing and focusing on the tech space. We are not generalizing. Everything we are talking about now is mental health in the tech space. So your responses should come in the view of what you do. So when you are tired, in all honesty, don't lie. Nobody is going to do anything. Do you sleep? You are tired, and you know you have a deadline. And you know if you don't submit this deadline, something is going to happen. Maybe you will lose the client. Do you sleep? If you sleep. Who else will sleep? Are you going to sleep? Are you going to sleep? No. Are you going to sleep? Sleep care. Wow. Who else is not going to sleep? Are you going to sleep? When you are very tired, are you going to sleep? Are you going to sleep? You have a deadline, no? Are you going to sleep? Hardly. Okay. Are you going to sleep? No, wow, wow. Okay, so you see, all of these things, I'm glad that we're actually being very honest about these things because, like I said, I'm going to say a lot of things, but I just want you to pick out one or two things that you resonate with because this is going to actually help you over time. The fact that you do not make a decision to sleep at that point, you are more or less ignoring the signs your body is giving you. And one thing I've come to realize is you can't cheat the body. Regardless of how long you procrastinate or postpone, or I will rest when it's a Saturday, I'll rest on Sunday, I'll rest when I don't really have a lot of work. The more you do that, it affects you. We'll get to that. So isolation, let's talk about isolation. So I know a few of us, if not maybe most of us, I know you work remotely, at least to the best of my knowledge. Tech bros are usually at home, working from home. Or you only go to the office twice or three times in a week. So when you are always at home, you do not have time to talk to your friends. When was the last time you went out with your friends? Like you just called, like, let's hang out. When was the last time? Are you thinking? Okay. Who else is thinking? Okay. Experience. December 1st. 7th. Okay, December 7th. Okay. Who else? The last time you just called your friends, oh, I think we should go out. When was the last time that happened? I think we should just talk. I think we should just meet. When was the last time it happened? 2 days ago. Nice. Okay. How about you? You can't remember. Nice. Okay. So you see, the nature of your job has the tendency to make you isolate yourself, even if you don't want to. But you know you have deadlines, you know you have tasks, you know you have jobs, you are trying to retain this client, you don't want the client to get to another person, you don't want the client to get to move your job or something to another person. You are trying to protect your portfolio. You are trying to just work on certain things just because of your job. So you would not want to talk to friends, you would not want to hang out. Most of your interaction would be virtually, to be on the phone. The last time before you do face-to-face, it will take a very long time. This is one of the things that causes stress in the tech world. So prioritizing your mental health in this regard is extremely important. Let's move on. So constant connectivity. That's being always online. You want to always be online. You want to know for those that are into Forex, you always want to be online. You don't want your, what's that thing called? You don't want your trade. You don't want to lose your trade or something. So you're always wanting to be online. These things are they're stressors. Because, like I said, I've worked with few people in this area, so I know. One lady that I worked with was close to having a panic attack because she forgot to close a trade and her phone died. It was not like, oh, I don't know what to do. She just called me. No, can we have a session? Can we have a session? And I'm like, what happened? Just calm down. He said, no, I can't calm down. My phone is dead. I'm like, but you're calling me. No, I'm using my small phone. I said, okay, what exactly is the problem? Oh, my money is going to go. My money is going to go. At the end of the day, she virtually lost the money. So these are the things that can actually cause stressors. When that's need, I want to be online. I don't want anybody to go and I don't want anybody to spoil this thing. I don't really know what it is, but you get it. You get it. So all of these things, right, it is not, a lot of us would ignore it. You see, that ignoring is something I've realized that is very dangerous. I've seen it in people. People between ages 18 to 37, both male and female. I've seen it. It's very, very prevalent. It's very common. So all of these things, right, affects your mental health. That need to always want to be online. So the last one here is the performance pressure. When there is a demand for continuous learning and staying up to date, tech is advancing every day. Before you know, they've upgraded something. You want to always be alert. You always want to know what is going on. You want to always say, okay, this is going on. I think I should update myself. I think I should work on this. I think I should work on that. So all of these things, right, they affect. That's need. That's want. You see this pressure. when the doctor was talking about blood pressure, he mentioned cortisol. Cortisol released into the body excessively is very dangerous because it would weaken your immune system. And when you have malaria, for example, if your immune system is not strong enough to fight malaria, these are the things that can cause adverse effects, things more dangerous than malaria. So it is very, very important that you choose. It's a decision, oh. You actually have to choose to prioritize your mental health. The next one here is imposter syndrome. Who knows what imposter syndrome is? Imposter syndrome.
Okay, so I think imposter syndrome means the feeling of not being good enough. Yeah, you think that you're not good enough and you can't measure up to what other people are doing, and you just feel like you're a fraud. Yeah.
Who feels like a fraud? I know you're a very intelligent tech person. You have the experience. You have met a lot of clients. You have done amazing jobs. You know to a large extent that you are capable. But there are times you just feel like, what am I even doing? Do I even know what I'm doing? So if you feel that way, please raise up your hand. If you have ever, when last did you feel that way? Do you remember what made you feel that way?
I applied for was a gig. I applied for a gig. I got a response initially. I got a response. They're like, I applied for something, then they offered me something else. I responded, all right, good, I would go with this, and they just ghosted me.
Just like that?
Yeah, nothing.
Ah,
Bad. Like, I felt probably something was wrong. Maybe I did something wrong.
thank you. Who else? Any other person?
So I think I'd always had that feeling, and that was before I got my first gig. Yeah, so before I made my first money from tech and all of that, I was always feeling like I was not good enough. Yeah, so many times I would apply for jobs and I would get rejected and all of that. So I was always feeling down and not good enough. But I think after I got my first job and then subsequent ones, I was able to come out of that feeling. Yeah.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. So the thing with imposter syndrome, one more person. Who else wants to go? You want to go?
Okay, imposter syndrome is very real. All right, so I have a very good knowledge of blockchain. Okay, so but then I want to share my knowledge with people that are just coming into the ecosystem. But if I finish writing, I'll just put in my drafts. I'm not like pushing it out there, do you get? Because I'm just like, maybe I'm sharing half-baked knowledge and all of that. So, but it was with time I was able to like overcome that. Yeah, even till now, I just still feel like I'm not just doing enough. Yeah.
Any other person? Imposter syndrome. So the reason I put imposter syndrome there is because it is very prevalent. Like, it's something that happens to almost all tech people. So the difference is it might not be, the intensity might not be the same, but in as much as before you get a job, when you are negotiating with your clients, maybe you're still talking and the person is still trying to tell you what he wants, some part of you will think about it. Like, can I actually do this? So it depends on the intensity. Sometimes it might just come and go. That's the thing with imposter syndrome. It doesn't stay. It doesn't stay. It comes and goes. Like he said, before he got his first gig, he was always thinking about if he was good enough. But when the first gig came and subsequent ones, he knows that he's capable. It was not worrisome in any way. But the thing with all of these things is, if you do not choose, I'm making use of the word, I'm being very, very selective with my words here because it is your decision. If you do not choose to prioritize your mental health, it has an adverse effect. I'll get there. So now these are signs of declining mental health. As a tech person, when you notice all of these things, these are just the summary, right? They are more than this. They are definitely more than this. But these are the ones that I selectively picked out because I'm discussing with tech people here. So when the first one here is physical symptoms, when you have chronic tiredness, like you just feel like you wake up in the morning, instead of you to wake up feeling refreshed and rejuvenated, you're just feeling tired, like you have not even slept at all. Somebody comes to greet you, you're like, you just give the person a kind of response. You see, all of these little signs, you don't have to wait for something significant to happen before you start searching for, looking for help. No. That's something I tell my clients. You don't have to wait till you break down that you are just crying or you don't even know. You see, little things like forgetting things. You forget what your client discussed with you, or you forget that you have started this job, or you forget that you have not eaten, or you just forget little things. These are signs. So physical symptoms, when you start to experience the chronic tiredness, when you start to experience unexplained aches, like your back, you don't even know what happened, but your back is just paining you. You see, something I've come to realize with science and experience is the fact that your mental and physical health are intertwined. You cannot prioritize one above the other. No, it doesn't work that way. The thing with your mind is, if you do not give it the attention it needs, if you do not prioritize it, if you're always ignoring and just shifting it, procrastinating, I'll do it tomorrow, I'll talk about it tomorrow. You see, it gets to a point where it starts to affect you physically. High blood pressure. These are the things that you start to notice. When you start to notice high blood pressure, like I said, the doctor also said it, you have to check your blood pressure every day. Don't say that you are young. See, blood pressure affects 22 years old. High blood pressure, 22-year-old, yes, I've seen it. That's why I'm talking about it, because I've seen it. They didn't tell me. People that are working, they are here. You don't know the level of your blood pressure, but you are working. You are able to come up, you are doing your hackathon. Everything is going well. But the thing is, it gets to a point where you just get stuck. You just get stuck. You don't even know why. You just get stuck. And when you start to realize this is happening frequently, please, it is a sign. Don't ignore it. Poor sleep. He said he doesn't really sleep well. Sorry, excuse me. What's your name? Franklin. I'm going to talk to you personally, because not sleeping well is something that can precipitate a lot of cardiovascular diseases, heart disease. Yes, that's the relationship. The thing is, it's not immediate. It starts bit by bit. It's a gradual thing. So if you do not prioritize your sleep, because you are affecting your melatonin, the part of your brain that is responsible for you to sleep, the circadian rhythm is affected. So instead of you to be sleeping, you are working, right? You know, maybe you're working with US time. When we are sleeping, we are awake. That's when you're working. So these are the things that accumulate. It's not immediate. Mental health crisis or issues is not immediate. It will just be looking at you like this. The day it will attack, you will not even know. That's why you don't have to start sleeping every day now. But when you make the conscious effort, it's a decision. When you start to make that conscious effort, it helps. Because right now, you're unable to outline, okay, am I going to sleep by this time? Because now, your body is used to being awake in the midnight, yes or no? That is because your circadian rhythm, the part of your brain that is telling your body, oh, it is night, you are awake, you are seeing light everywhere. If this happens continuously, night is day to you, to your brain. So even if your body is ready to rest, like, okay, I need to relax, that part of your brain is telling, no, the light is still on, this is bright. No. So sleeping is essential. It is very, very important. It is very, very... Good sleep is extremely important, because not just do you get to rest, but you also get to think better with the kind of job that you do. When you sleep well, you have more ideas. When you sleep well, you're able to come up with different ideas. You're able to put two and two together. You see, any confusion before you went to sleep, you get clarity. That is if you sleep well. I'm not just saying if you sleep. I'm putting the well behind, because that is also important. So the next one here is emotional symptoms. When you have increased irritability, like you just get very agitated for no reason. Somebody is trying to have a conversation with you, and either giving that blank face, no expression, or you are not even interested in the conversation, or you are doing something else when the person is talking to you. There is that increased irritability. When you experience this, it is fine if you experience it once in a while, that's good. But if it is consistent, please, it is a sign that there is something wrong. You have your friends, your siblings, they tell you, you don't behave like this. When did this one just happen? When did you start acting like this? Somebody wants to talk to you, the next thing you'll be shouting. When did that happen? And if it is consistent, it is a sign. You might not even know what is wrong. That is fine. But talking about it, like just identifying it yourself, or the identification that people around you they've made, not ignoring it helps as well. So the next one here is feeling overwhelmed. Everything just tire you. You don't even know what it is, but everything just tire you. You have done that one, you have done this one, everything. I didn't say some things, everything just tire you. Even to talk to your friend, talk to your girlfriends, your wives, everything, you're just tired. Like, what do you want to talk about? What is it? I'm not talking. You don't even know why. These are things that you don't regularly do. It just came abruptly. It is a sign that you need to start prioritizing your mental health. It is a sign that there is something wrong. You don't, like I said earlier, you don't have to wait for it to be a big thing before you start to seek help. No. You don't have to wait till it becomes something that you're unable to focus on a job. You would wait. You have a job. The client tells you that he needs the job. Today is Monday. The client tells you he needs the job on Wednesday. You know Wednesday, he has given you time and I can do it. You will not start this thing till Tuesday night. You will not start to rush yourself. It is a sign. So the next one here is the cognitive symptoms. Like I said, your mental health is not just about your emotional, your social, your psychological well-being, but also your cognitive well-being as well. So anything cognition has to do with the brain. Anything cognition has to do with the brain. How do I process information? How do I retain things that people tell me? How am I able to think of different ideas? How am I able to come up with ideas to build the app I want to build? How am I able to remember things? How am I able to put different codes together? How am I even able to ask questions? Know the kind of questions to ask. These things are very important. There is a difficulty focusing. You're working on something and somebody just passed beside you. The next thing is you're distracted. That's a sign. When you easily lose attention, when you get easily distracted, it is a sign. And I don't just mean any distraction, like easily distracted. You are working on your hackathon, yes, and somebody just comes to you and just says, oh, what's the time? You tell the person the time. The person leaves your front and you are carried away. You can't even remember what you were doing. When this is persistent, when it is a consistent thing, it is a problem, it is a sign. When you have memory lapses. So memory lapses, that's when you remember the beginning of something, but you can't remember the middle, but you can remember the end. Or a client gives you a job. You can remember what the client said, but how did he say he wants me to even start? When you start to have these memory lapses and they are consistent, keyword, consistency. When they are consistent, it is a sign that something is wrong. Another thing is frequent procrastination. So the same example I gave about the person that has a job to submit on Wednesday, but doesn't want to start, or is not just interested in starting. When you're always procrastinating, I told him 12 now. If I do it, I've timed myself, I'll do it, I'll finish it. But that time that you want to just do everything at the same time, it is overwhelming for you. When you're always procrastinating, it's not just because of the level of the job or the nature of the job. This is just what you're doing. This is just what you want to do. You don't just feel like working on it. You're not just ready to work on it. When you have frequent procrastination, that is a sign. So I'm going to rush through this. Strategies for mental health care. How do you take care of yourself? Now, I've explained the stressors, right? The question I have now, how do you take care of yourself? As a tech person, as a tech professional, how do you take care of yourself? Why did you look like that?
This coming.
Okay. So how do you take care of yourself?
Exercise, stay physically active, sleep, enough sleep. Food, good food, healthy food.
Any other person? How do you take care of yourself? What? FIFA. Okay. Who else? How do you take care of yourself? How do you take care of yourself?
Um, Proper rest. At least siestas. Most times you might find it difficult to sleep early at night. So if you find time to get siestas, that would also help. And also like fruits, eat edible and stuff.
That's very good. So he said siestas and also fruits. So these are various ways. The reason I'm going around is so we can all learn from one another. Your jobs are mostly similar, so you can. He's doing this. I can try it. You would not know if it would work for you if you do not try. So the key word here is just to try. So the first thing I've identified here is to prioritize tasks. You get a lot of clients. You have a lot of things to do, but do you prioritize? Do you prioritize? Or you're always, okay, bring it, I can do it, bring it, I can do it. Then you forget the person that his deadline is quicker or sooner. Because the money, the money is a very major incentive, yes. But are you going to push for the money at the detriment of your own health? That's something. Sometimes, okay, that's also valid. But the thing is, if you do it every time, if your sometimes gets to be often, if it gets to be regularly, then it gets to be every time, it's concerning. It is a problem. It's a problem. So there are calendars to use. You can use your Google Calendar just to put your tasks, your jobs. So you know, okay, this person came first, and the deadline is these dates. Because remember I said, memory lapses. I forgot to say forgetting. It's not just about remembering bits of the information, but you just forget completely, like totally. Who knows what ADHD is? If you know what ADHD is, please raise up your hand. You know what ADHD, please, what is it?
I know the HD is hypersensitivity disorder. I know it's something like that.
Okay, so ADHD is attention deficit hyperactivity disorder. Attention deficit hyperactivity disorder. Most adults that I know that I've worked with, there are people that actually do live with ADHD. The thing with ADHD is people think it is a child's problem. No. It's a neurodevelopmental problem that would affect children, yes. But if you do not work on it, it extends. It grows with you. As you grow, it's growing with you. So it happens differently. I'm not going to go into that, but you can Google it. You're tech pro, so Google it. You like to read. So there is the Eisenhower matrix. That is when you delegate. There is this, it's divided into 4. When you have the urgent and important, then you do. You have the urgent but not important. What do you do? What do you do? Okay, you can Google that as well. I'm not going to go into it. But there is the urgent and important. There is the urgent and not important. There is the important and not urgent. And there is the not urgent and not important. So these things are things that can actually help you. Knowing the kind of work that you do. You have to be honest with yourself. Like I said at the beginning, what I'm saying here, it is a choice. It is when you know, you do. If you don't know, you will continue to do what you are doing. But when you know, you do. So the next one here is the Pomodoro technique. Who knows that? Nice. Can you please explain? Do you do it?
Yeah. Nice. So you walk for 25 minutes, you rest for 5 minutes, continue for the next 25 minutes, rest for 5 minutes, something like that.
So does it work?
To some extent.
I like that. So the thing is, all of these things, right, they are not expected to work the same way for everybody, no. But like I said before, you would not know if it doesn't work if you don't try. You will not know. All of these things, they are important. Please take note of them. Try. Knowing the kind of job that you do, this is actually very, very helpful for those that are always sitting. That's 5 minutes. No, it doesn't just work for school. It works for literally anything that has to do with attention and concentration. Anything that has to do with concentration and attention. The Pomodoro technique is you start to work, you set your timer. 25 minutes, you take a break. That break is just 5 minutes. Maybe it is just for you to stretch your legs. It helps. Because when you're sitting in a particular spot for a long time, the blood circulation, it's not like it's not flowing, but it's going to be slow. But that moment you're walking around, One moment you're walking around, even if it's just for 2 minutes, it helps you. It helps you. So the next one is to stay physically active. Dexterous. Where is he? He said he walks, right? Exercise. So physical exercise also does a lot of good. It does a lot of good. You don't have to go to the gym and go and carry all of those dumbbells and everything. Little things. When you can have walking meeting. At least one of my clients had that yesterday. We're in a session and he was walking. I just noticed, and what's going on? He said he's practicing his recommendations. So that is very good. Because when you know you're always sitting down and you have meetings, you have conversations with your clients, it is very, very helpful. You can just start walking. It's not going to stop you from walking, but when you are walking, it's like you're killing two birds with the same stone. So all of these things, right, they are very, very important and helpful. So the last one here is to take breaks every 5 minutes after every hour of work. So the break is not for you to just go and sleep or go and eat or anything. No. That break would just be you going on social media. It is also a break. But you know you have to be intentional about it because social media can also carry your attention away. You see one post on social media, before you know it, you're interested in the next one. In the next one, there's an addictive thing in that social media. So the benefit of using all of these things, right, is to help clarify priorities. When you're able to start with the Eisenhower matrix, you would be able to clarify a lot of things. Instead of you assuming or being confused, this particular one will help you. Also to reduce procrastination. So there's something in therapy I call structured procrastination. That's something you can also do. You don't feel like reading, but what can I do at that point? I don't just want to be idle. What can I do? Maybe it is to fold your laundry. That's something that can also enter. So you are going to pick the less favorable activity to just fix that time. Instead of just being idle, not doing anything, these are the things that helps you cognitively as well. With the nature of your job, you have to be creative, right? So exploring all of these things helps. Like I said, I'm emphasizing on it because it's the truth. You would not know if you do not try. So the next one is to improve productivity and focus, to ensure your time is spent on what truly matters. And last one is to focus, maintain focus and reduce burnout. How many of us experience burnout here? If you experience burnout, raise up your hand. You experience burnout. Okay, when was the last time you experienced burnout? Or what is burnout? What do you think it is to you? Since you have experienced it, what is it?
When you are physically, mentally, emotionally tired. Like you can't even do anything.
So when do you experience burnout? What's your escape route?
Sleep.
Nice. That's very nice. You are going to say something. Yes. You don't say anything. So it just explained burnout, which is actually very important. Most of us experience burnout, but we just ignore it. Like I said, ignoring all of these things has an adverse effect. And it's very, very important to make the decision. It is a choice. I'm emphasizing on the fact that it is a choice because it's actually a choice. So I'm here to encourage you to make that choice because January 1st is 2 days away. Right? It's on Wednesday. So this is an avenue, this is a platform to just be intentional about yourself. In as much as I'm making the money, yes, but I'm also going to take care of my health. By taking care of my health, I do not mean my physical health, my mental health as well. So setting healthy boundaries, work-life balance. If you have a social life here, be honest. If you know you have a social life, you're not just all work. You go out, you go to the park, you take your friends out, you go out with family. Raise up your hand. You have like an active social life. Once in 2 months, that's actually very valid too. Why won't I hear you? Your social life is when you're able to communicate effectively with people. You're able to do things that you want to do with people. You have a social life. Okay, can you explain what you do?
I meet people in the gym. Apart from that, we go to that's my social life. Gym life, have you? And we go to the beach sometimes. Yeah.
Thank you. So you said something integral. It goes to the gym, and it talks to people there. A lot of us go to the gym, but we don't talk to anybody. So that's another different thing. You see, the social part is essential because you cannot do life alone. Oh, I don't like people. I like to be on my own. Should I tell you the truth? You cannot do life alone, regardless of how introverted you are. I don't like to talk to people. There is something called the social battery. That's when you go out and you feel like you are drained. You have spoken, you have danced, you have done, you have met people, you have laughed with them, but deep down, you're just drained. So staying at home, doing what you like reading or sleeping or eating or talking to your loved one, your sibling, your parents, these are the ways you recharge that social life. Because when you are always putting yourself out there, and you know deep down it affects you, this is something that you're going that this is something that's going to have another effect entirely, an adverse effect. It's not particularly healthy. So you don't have to have like all of the friends in the world. No, you don't have to go everywhere every Friday. No, but when you prioritize, okay, with my circle, I'm just going to go out. We're going to maybe it is once in a month. You don't have to go every day. You don't have to go every week. But work-life balance is very, very important. You need to know, okay, I work for myself. Do I have a resumption date, or am I working around the clock from 12 a.m. to the next 12 a.m.? Is that how I work? Am I working Monday to Friday and just delegating Saturdays and Sunday for friends and family? Because these things are intentional. It's not magic. You just have to start somewhere. You just have to start with a decision. When you start, okay, I'm ready to do this, then gradually you'll be able to get there. But when you start to feel, okay, it's not necessary, or I can actually do it on my own, these are the things that affects you. Because depression symptoms, gets heightened in isolation. When you isolate yourself and you are thinking negative thoughts, the fact that you're not talking to anybody, it affects. So the next one is to disconnect. You have to turn off all notifications. After work hours, you know you're not talking to anybody when it comes to work. You are setting boundaries. It is the boundaries that you set that they will respect. If you do not set any boundaries at all, nobody will respect anything. So when you disconnect, you off every notification. You're not going to attend to this person till the next day because you have closed for the work, for the day rather. So if you don't have a time that you close now, this is something you can start with. This is something you can decide. So the next one is to prioritize tasks. Like I said earlier, using the methods like the Eisenhower matrix to manage your tasks. That would help you prioritize your tasks. You know what is urgent and what is important and not urgent. Learn how to say no. Learn how to say no. Is it every job that somebody gives you that you collect?
Yes.
So, okay, let me rephrase my question. Is it every job that comes your way, regardless of how much is involved, that you collect, knowing that you have pending jobs?
Yes.
How many people? Yes. Raise up your hand. Yes. Okay, how much is enough money that will make you say yes? So a job, knowing that you have pending, it's not like you don't have anything you're doing. You have like 3 different jobs. You have other things that you're doing, but you will still say yes. Okay, so the money is like that driving force that will make you say yes. So you're saying yes to the jobs because of money at the detriment of your health. Is that what you're saying? What? So instead of using the money to take care of your health, when you can use the money to do other things, knowing that you had the power to prioritize your health to avoid any issue. What? True, yes. So you need a lot. So your excuse now is the money, right? Okay, it's not an excuse, it's a fact. So my question to the people around here, would you say yes to jobs that comes your way, knowing that you have pending works to do? Would you say yes? You would not say yes. Why? Why won't you say yes? No. Okay. What about you?
It depends on the projects I have at hand. I'll check it. If the one coming does not have any interruption with my current jobs, of course, I will accept it. And then put it in my...
So what you're saying is, at least you have outlined the jobs that you have, so you know, like, you have prioritized them. Okay. So the thing is, when you do not prioritize your inflow, like the jobs that you get, it gets overwhelming. Can I have your attention, please? I can hear a lot of side talk, so can I have your attention? Thank you. When you do not learn how to say no, this is you gradually causing a lot of anxiety for yourself. When you do not learn how to say no, you are causing a lot of anxiety for yourself. So we are going to end with this. Okay, resilience building. So this is something you can practice. Mindfulness, positive mindset, peer support. So where is that man that was talking about losing money? Where is he? That other guy that did the first one, where is he? What's his name? Okay. So when you were talking about your experience, how you lost money, you were, like, they took your money, right? So that particular experience can actually affect your mental health significantly. Affecting your mental health significantly because you start to think of the money that you have lost. Will I ever get it back? Will I ever get it back? Is it because I made this mistake? So things like this, right, affects. But the thing is, when you have a positive mindset, having a positive mindset does not take away that you have lost money, no. But it helps you retain that, it helps you retain the knowledge that you know that you can actually do it. It's not magic. It's not going to make you forget that you lost money, no. But it's going to help you remember that you can actually make more. It is when you give up and say, oh, they took my money. That is when you don't have motivation to do. You don't have the motivation to put yourself out there. Because some place in your mind, you keep going back to the fact that they took your money. So developing a positive mindset helps to an extent, to a large extent. So peer support. You know, I said you cannot do life alone. One of the things that Dr. Adaku talked about is joining communities. Join communities of like mind. You know people that does front end. Join them. Join communities, join groups, because all of these things, when you have support from people in your field, it goes a long way. There is also the gratitude practice. So what I tell people is, before you sleep every day, think of one thing during that day that made you smile. Maybe there are other things that are getting you worried and upset. Yes, that's valid. But before you go to bed every night, just think of one thing. What happened that made you smile? What are you grateful for? Maybe there was no traffic. You don't have to. It doesn't have to be any big thing. Maybe one client gave you one big money or gave you a bonus. No, the little things you can identify in your daily practices helps you. These are the things that builds your resilience. These are the things that helps you develop your self-esteem, because you know. Mindfulness is a way your brain rests aside sleeping. If you do not sleep, you are not giving your brain the time to rest. Mindfulness is you just being conscious of how you're breathing. It differs, so you can check online for that. So I think I'm done with this. So yes, in conclusion. So before I conclude, right, I just want to say this last thing. The way people talk about blood pressure, diabetes, and how these things can be transferred from a parent to an offspring. Mental issues can also be transferred. Mental difficulties, mental problems, mental disorders can also be transferred. So if you do not prioritize your mental health, right, and you have noticed signs, you don't want it to get to one big thing before you start to seek for help. No. All of these little signs, early intervention. The doctor was talking about blood pressure, medications, how people are scared they will use it till they die. The thing with mental health is, once you notice a problem and there is early intervention, you start to talk about it. Don't look at, oh, I'm a man. Oh, I should not talk about this. No. Because you are yourself. You are in love with yourself first. You are your priority before any other person. I understand the stigma and discrimination out there, but there is that intention. You have to prioritize yourself. Like me, I don't want to experience anything that has to do with mental issues. You can. Because mental health can be passed to your children if you don't work on it. Mental difficulties, mental issues, depression, anxiety can be passed to your offspring if you do not work on it now. So now that you are noticing, oh, I get easily tired, I'm just always frustrated, I just lash out, I don't sleep. When people are sleeping, I'm crying. These things are valid things that happens to people.
So talking about it now prevents depression, it prevents anxiety, it prevents PTSD and the likes. So it is very, very important to make that conscious decision. It's not a decision that you are making because your friend is making it. No. Like I said, if you do not prioritize your mental health, people around you, they will just tell you, hey, yeah, sorry. They will tell you, hey, yeah, sorry. Because, you know, the mental health conversation is something that is gradually becoming open. People still feel withdrawn when they talk about emotions and the likes. Because you're a man does not mean you don't have to feel your emotions. When you are angry, it is valid. When you are hungry, it is valid. When you are sad, it is valid. When you are annoyed, it is valid. Because you're a man does not mean you don't have to prioritize them. Please think about it. Because somebody in your family, maybe, this thing skip generation. Maybe it did not affect your mom or your dad, but it affected their own grandparents or their own grandparents. These things can be hereditary. I'm pleading because it's very, very important. Your mental health is equally as important as your physical health. So as I conclude, I want to encourage you all to make mental health a priority in your daily routines. Your well-being directly impacts your work. It impacts your success. It impacts how much you would make. If you do a very good job for a client, that's going to bring more referrals. Oh, I've used that guy before. He keeps to time. Oh, he's very this, he's very that. All of these things are centered around your mental health. If you unknowingly talk to a client rudely because you are feeling a particular way, this is going to stop referrals for you. Because that person would not forget that experience. So how you can, when you start to notice all of the signs the stressors have indicated, this is one step to getting better. It is not magic, but it starts with you being vulnerable, talking about it. You don't have to talk to everybody, because you have to be careful about those you talk to. You have to fine-tune. You have to know, okay, I trust this person. This person, if I tell this person this thing, I'm not going to hear my story everywhere. So you have to also be very, very cautious of the people you talk to. So it is very important you start to implement simple techniques like the Pomodoro method, the Einstein Heart matrix are indicated. If you have not done that before, this is a very good opportunity to start. It would help you. You cannot say it will not help if you do not try. I'm emphasizing on that. So also seek support when needed. You cannot do it alone. If you are confused, you have a client that is bugging you, reach out to a colleague. Oh, I don't know how to go about this. I don't know how to do this. What do you think? I thought about this. Don't keep it to yourself. Because the more you start to keep it to yourself, this is what breeds overthinking. You start to think about it over and over again without any solution. But when you talk to a colleague, maybe a senior colleague or a, what's it called? A colleague that you're on the same level, when you talk to people like this, it helps you. It helps you significantly. Talking to somebody is a sign of strength and not weakness. You are your most valuable assets. So investing in your emotional and mental health today would help you become a more productive and better person tomorrow. So let's all create a culture of mental wellness in the tech world, one step at a time. Thank you very much. Questions, please. Any question? Any question? Questions, clarifications? You have a question? Okay. Any question? Okay, thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you. Another round of applause. She'll be around for a bit longer in case anyone wants to have a one-to-one inside the Lagos Irish pub. You can find her and then discuss further. Okay, so now you've got more time to do your hack. So to have some focus time. Hopefully that was also inspirational because, as I said, one of the social development goals, number 3, is actually on good health and well-being. So yeah, now it's time to do more hacking. Casey's around in case you have any questions. I can also help you too with the coding. And then soon we've got the concert, so let's go. Oh, and a reminder, you're going to be presenting soon in your group, so remember that too.
So, as you can see, this is our application on Vercel. So, I think, should I submit this as my own project? I think I'm permitted, right? This is my own hackathon project. So, but yeah, so let's test it and see. Oops, it's not connecting. Uh, oops, it's broken. CSS. Uh, oops. Application is broken. Okay, it won't connect because of some configuration. Okay. Oh, it's connected. So this is it. Oops, I need to register. So I need to connect back my front end and back end and all that. Oops, my application is closed. So let's get the, where is that? So I hope we're getting set. I don't want to finish this because you definitely see it on the platform. I'll submit it. So I'm done with my own project. And you can actually put your money here. You can send some funds for testing. No, don't use Foundry, use hard hat. Use hard hat. Select hard hat. It's the same thing. Mine too failed, but I just left it and went to hard hat. What do we use?
Actually, I've not run anything on Web3 before.
Okay.
So a lot of, I'm trying to do something to tell me
Use the Foundry, use hard hat. I recently installed my system, so I didn't install the Web3 stuff.
You want to go into this is Windows.
Windows is, but try hard hat. Let's see.
Wait, let me see.
npx create. So who wants to?
He's asking happen. NPX.
npx create. Hack.
What are you pronouncing?
Hard hat. Hard and hat. HARD. So, hello. Yeah, my mic is not working. My mic. Testing. 1, 2. Okay. Yeah. Hello. So I'm back. It's time for pitching. No, you just not your project. Like, just give us an idea. What are you building? So you must not show anything. Just tell us what you're building and how it's actually revolving around the 17 SDG. Yeah, so who will be going first? Just your team name, what you're building, and yeah. So, who is going first? Should I pick? So, it's time for pitching. Just tell us what you're building. Yes. So, you've been cooking here. So, o- okay. So, who is pitching? Who is pitching? Good. So, yes. So, who is going first? Are you going first? Okay. So, your team name and then.
Okay. The name of our team is Ticket. So it's Tick with like TICQUETTE. So it's like Tick etiquette, you get. So basically, what our team is building is an application, a DApp, a decentralized application. Sorry, my brain is like very fuzzy right now. So essentially, the DApp is supposed to allow the informal sector to, the informal sector as in people that that are not corporate businesses like governmental organizations and that. So people like, vulcanizers, kiosk owners, just people that randomly just put markets on the median, like that place that divides the road, those kinds of people. Those are the informal sectors. People that, pepper sellers, those kinds of people, they are informal sector. So essentially our app is meant to give them a ticketing platform such that you just go to the app and then you can generate and manage your tickets so that you can book a space on book a kiosk space and get time frame and access to some features, some cool features like checking getting an NFT token to verify that, oh, this is my space and this is the space that I paid for. So we implemented that with a very cool tech stack. We're using blockchain, obviously, and then I think Ethers, then Next.js, this stuff basically. We're using that. So and then what else? Okay, yes, the project aligns with SDG goal 11, which is driven towards sustainable, smart, and inclusive cities. So essentially, what we're trying to do is make sure that Lagos State and beyond is not uglified by all these people that just put, carelessly just mount shop stands all over the road. So it curbs illegalities, which obviously mounting a stand like that anywhere is illegal. So you can get sued for that. So there's going to be a long-term plan to foster memorandum of understandings with agencies like Lagos State Informal Sector Monitoring Authority, which has the mandate to move anybody that is in violation of laws that backs this, the misuse of these setbacks and incidental open spaces. Yeah, that's what my brain can do for now. Please.
That's cool. Please, let's put our hands together. So that's cool. So the next team. Okay, you have slide. Okay, let him do. So I'll set up your slide.
So, what's the name of our team again, sir? Okay. So my team members and I got our inspiration. What we developed was a platform that verifies educational certificates. Okay, and it's in alignment with the UN social development goals, among the 17 social development goals. We got our inspiration from a blockchain course we did last year, and they verify. Can you hear me? Okay. So we got our inspiration from a blockchain course we did, my team members and I, last year, and then we have a way of verifying educational certificates, a decentralized way. So what you do is just put your serial number, or each educational certificate comes with a key. Okay, so what you need to do is just put in your key, and then it has all your bio data, the date it was issued, your course details, and the university you graduated, whatever. All those details are embedded, are connected to the key. So what you do is, whenever you are trying to apply for a job or you're trying to get into an organization, once they have that key, they just put it in, and it brings out all your details too. So if it's valid, then it returns and confirms that your certificate is authentic. Okay, and we plan on scaling it, because for now, what we just did is that just to verify that that certificate was issued by the organization, that's what we just worked on now, okay? But in the future, we plan on scaling it by working with other organizations. So for example, we add other features, like, sorry, I can't remember. What other features are we adding? Okay, so in the future, we plan to just partner with, because if we are working with just one organization, is limited. So just like, I just want to take an example, just like the way the NIN system works. Okay, whenever you go to the bank, all they just need is your NIN, and then they put it in their, they put your NIN number, okay, on their system, and it connects to the database to show your NIN details. Okay, so we want to have that system working on the blockchain. So what we want to do is we want to partner with universities, we want to partner with other organizations that issue certificates. So to be able to verify certificates in a decentralized way. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you very much. So let's put our hands together for this wonderful project. So.
All right. Our group name is Life Source. So Life Source is a platform that empowers sustainability with Web3. So basically, with Life Source, the problem we're trying to solve here, our planet's trash crisis. So our planet is overwhelmed by waste, polluting our oceans, contaminating our lands, and harming our health. So all the waste that we use in our house and we dump anyhow, just as in Lagos, when you move around the street, you see waste around the area. In the lagoon, there's all sorts of random plastic waste. So we at LifeSource hope to fix that with blockchain by creating a platform where we can reward people with tokens for their waste that they throw away. So imagine this: when you package your waste, right, we will scale it and pay you some tokens based on the waste that you want to throw away. So these tokens, you can use it to redeem medical checkups. You can use them for gym memberships, and you can also convert them to USDC and get your cash. So that is the idea behind LifeSource. And also, for the UN's SDG, we smashed 4 out of 11 SDGs, which is the first one. We are smashing the clean water goal, where we are helping to clean the ocean. The second one, we are cleaning the life below water, where we are cleaning the dirt under the ocean. Also the life on land. All of us here we live on land, so all the dirt's around. So when we pay people to take this out, we are also sustaining life on land, also building sustainable cities and communities. So we are creating sustainable cities where there are less dirt in the society and the air is more breathable. Thank you.
Yeah. So it's getting hot. So who's next? No, just talk about yes. If you want to demo, it's fine. If you want. So who is next? Are you next? Yeah, so you don't need a slide, just tell us about your project. Okay. So, do you want to pitch? No, you don't need a slide. You just, yeah. So if you have a slide, fine. If you don't, so let's listen. Let's listen, please.
All right. I don't have a slide ready, right? So you guys will just bear me. What I was looking to build, right? I have a team. Okay, my team name. We don't have a team name too. We're just workshopping. So what we're looking to build is Verify, and under the 17 SDGs, it's under good health and well-being and all of that. So the aim of the project is to like keep track of pharmaceutical and medical drugs from production to the consumer stage to ensure that it's legit and all good products. And so by extension now we can also extend it to other different kinds of products like consumables, Coca-Cola, Gala, blah, 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 blah. So you could search the scan, QR codes and all of that and then verify if that particular product is legitimate or not. So, yeah, thank you.
Yeah, so that's good. Please, a round of applause, please. So who is next?
Good day, everyone. My name is Daniel. I'm a project manager of Team Optimus. And we discovered a problem, right? 29% of patients skip medical services because they don't have the cost. We discovered that 38% of hospitals in the world generally are complaining of critical health supply challenges. We discovered that up to 180 million people in the world generally don't have access to health facilities. And the same way you cannot do a random checkup to check your health because there's not enough funding to do it. So we discovered that and we prescribed a solution. That is Medora. And what Medora does is Medora is a Web3 healthcare platform that supports or provides healthcare services by collaborative funding. So it provides healthcare services by collaborative funding. I will give you an example. If we connect with hospitals that have HIPAA standards, right? These hospitals are standard hospitals all over the world, and these hospitals, we connect with them, and we collaborate with them in case there are surgeries or medical resources needed, like blood banks or surgery tools or surgeries generally. You know this thing that happens when a surgery is about to go on and the person that is supposed to undergo the surgery does not have enough funds, and then all that is supposed to happen. So we connect with those people, and then we bring them to a platform, Medora, and then on that platform, the neurosurgeon, for example, can decide to display a campaign. Do you understand? And so the campaign is where participants of this platform will now raise the fund. That's collaborative funding. So that's how we do that. We also have futuristic goals. So these people who are funding these health, services, maybe the surgeries, the whatever, these people would ascend up the badge rather. So they can go from the rank of a lifesaver to the rank of a philanthropist. So they can also, through this thing, earn NFTs as reward. And to fund each of these programs or services, they have to connect their crypto wallets, where there will be about 0.1% reduction. And based on this, we started to develop. We don't have a slide to explain that. Okay. All right. So we developed a business model. Am I supposed to talk about the business model? Okay, so make it brief, right? So we developed a business model, and one of the things we explored in the business model is revenue streams. So we hope that these platforms, we can earn money as in the company can generate enough income from transaction fees, right? 1% platform fee on successful fundraising. So when there is a successful fundraising, there will be a 1% fee for the platform, right? 0.5% on resource matching, subscription services. So the hospital will subscribe, the patients will subscribe, and even the NGO platforms also would subscribe monthly to the platform to be able to access any of the services in the platform. So why is this platform so unique from every other platform? One of the reasons is because really crowdfunding is one thing that has not been properly explored in the Web3 space. And so we are trying to bring that to the healthcare sector, which is supporting the UN social development plan, the fourth one, which is health and well-being. So with this, thank you.
Please, let's put your hands together for him, please. Yeah. So, do we still have any team that want to pitch? Just tell us about it. Just tell us. Please, just tell us about it, please. Please, just come. So, any other person, just tell us about it. You don't need slide, you don't need, just, okay.
Okay, GM guys. So, I and my partner, we developed a crowdfunding platform. Okay, so I don't know how many of you have heard about Very Dark Man and the story that is circulating online. Wait, I thought you guys are on Twitter. Anyway, so recently, so recently a popular Nigerian celebrity came out and said that his what's it called now? His platform has been hacked, about 180 million plus, and they had to go to the bank to withdraw it. You know, stories like that are kind of suspicious, and some people might see it as fake. But for me, I am not against the man, and I'm not for him. Okay, so but that's the reason we brought up this idea. The name is Fund Hero. Okay, so basically what we do is to help creators and people that are interested in social impact to fund their project. Okay, so the solution that it offers is decentralization. So it's actually decentralized because government is not going to flag it any day. And then the platform is also secured. We give you security about your fund because whatever it is we are building is on the blockchain. So it's very, very secured. And then the third one is that it's transparent. So we're using smart contracts. We are building on the blockchain, and this means that anybody can see the whatever transaction that happens, the funds, and whatever it is that people have created. So I think that's all for about the project. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you so much for that. So, do we have any other project? Any other project? Please, for submission, just take note of these few details. For submission, as you can see, it says what? Pitch deck. This pitch deck is just probably a Google form where you have just a written form of what you are actually building on Google form, and then make sure that form, share it to somebody, and then make sure they can view it. Yeah, because you might end up sharing, including the video and the pitch deck with private, and then there will be no, it happens. So you try to click and it would be saying request for access. So this should be a Google Docs, and for the video, you just screen record your system and then you talk about your project, what you built, this is what it's doing. You can create an NFT, you can mint, you can do XYZ, and then fine and good. For example, we can just come here and say, okay, this is our project. This is, and mostly, always show the side that is very beautiful on your application, even when you're talking about it. You can just show this part and, okay, my team and I built this XYZ, we did this and this. You just scroll through so that it would catch the judge's eye, and then you can now go into the functionality. This is what it's doing. You can create a plan. You just simply create it. If the plan is taking time to create, just move. Don't wait for it to, it might be slow. So just continue with other things. Okay, after creating the plan, you get to deposit. You can withdraw any amount, and then you can also view plans and all that, and you're done. And then you now move into the code and then show something like this. Okay, this is the code. This is the smart contract. We deploy on XYZ blockchain, and this is the front end. My teams A, B, and C, and you're done within 5 minutes. Just keep the video below or maximum 5 minutes. If you make it 10 minutes, they'll keep skipping it. 10 minutes, what are you saying? 10 minutes. So 5 minutes, the idea, and that is why they made provision for pitch deck. Just explain little, the pitch deck would do the rest. So that's all you need to do for the submission. I think here, and which other one? So the real world problem it's solving, all these are your personal details. And then for the organization, this is team name. Then one of your team members can use his email there. And intro, just talk about the team. You are a team of 5. You are here to build XYZ on the team intro, that's all. Yes, yes. Anyone that works faster, you can just show the local host on, but make sure you have a live URL that they can click on when they want to check, yes, of the deployed one. No. You still have 18 hours, if I'm not mistaken. I think the network. Okay, here. This is counting down. So please, before this gets to 0, try and submit this. So probably when it is 5 hours left, just do any video you have and then submit. And keep updating your front end, your pitch deck, and every other thing. So It can be a slide, like your slide. Okay. Yes, yes. Just you can add more stuff to it and then submit it. So it can be a slide. I think we are almost done. Let me.
That's fine. So when
Yes, yes, yes. So I'm back again. So I think for this session, for the learning, for the hacking, so we are done with this section for now. So you can keep building and then ship before that time gets to zero. And yeah, so please feel free to move into the second segment of, yeah. Yes, 18 hours within the time. Like, even if the thing is not. Yeah, but just build something cool. So, can we do?
Will you? Will you?
That's fine. Are they going there?
Yes. So just get them there.
Okay. So, attention, please. Just 2 minutes. A group picture, please. Yeah, and something would be in there for us. No, I don't think. No, I said something. I'm not thinking. I said something. Music and fun. No, it's still something.
If like we are going to like to receive reward now, how are we going to get the information?
It will be shared in the group. So please, can we move so that we can take? Okay, yeah, thank you, sir.
Check it out.
Let's.
Can we keep our laptops there? We'll go with them.
For the group picture?
For the group picture, yes. So please, let's move so we can just take.
I've worked with you a lot. So what if now you use someone in your it's not say that no, it's in that
No, no, no. The thing is, even sharing, when the winners are announced, right, she would be the one to get everybody's address and share it.
No, how would she know people that are in the team? Part of the
That's why now you need to, he can't say it's the only one, so you need to write, form your team now and then set up, like you need to drop it in the group too.
I mean, we should take a group picture.
No, just write it. team this.
Go take group picture.
Okay, I'll
Everybody
drop it now. Every team should drop their team name and their team members. Yes. Yeah. Just now.
I'm the only one left. If not take picture with me, please
Okay,
take it because I want to be shown that I'm your intense student. I cannot leave. Where is the camera? Should I bring the camera? Where is the camera?
All right, let me connect to you at least. Give me Twitter username.
Casey Pele. Casey_Pele.
Okay.
Okay. Please, let's go down. Let's all move.
But we can snap right before we go there.
Yes.
All right.
Where's? I'm trying to check. This is the.
There's good pictures. Let's go and take good pictures.
You can come back.